just remember you right now. Got to get down, find a rhythm to pick me up and catch the beat of this town. Walk upon it together, got to get down. Trace the bullet and sift the dust and catch the beat of this town. What to find to feel better? The street lights and the ravers and my trails of misbehavior, lost in liquid nights and whirling disco lights. The burden of tomorrow, all the shame, regret and sorrow, lost in liquid nights and whirling disco lights. Running through the half-light, shivers down my spine. Don't know what I'm becoming, but I know I'm making mine. I can't recall a thing, so why do I feel so sad? I can't recall a thing, so why do I feel so sad?
Greetings, my excellent friends. Welcome to our new Saturday game, which, yes, is technically a replay. My third playthrough overall, but my second playthrough on stream, of Disco Elysium, which is my game of the decade. I did play it when it first came out at the end of 2019, but they've just...
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Nor should you, thank you, Raptor. This is the final cut, which... It has less new content than I thought. I think it's one new quest for each political ideology, which means one new quest. But the full voice acting is what draws me to it, and also the fact that I had to delete my old VODs, which I hate because of the DMCA thing. I realize I just played a song that sounds pretty songish, but that I have a tradition. Whenever Miracle of Sound does a song about a game, if ever I play that game, the first stream of it will start with his song, and he is a internet artist that basically 90% of the songs he releases are video game inspired specifically and meant to, like, be a musical companion piece to whichever game he's singing about. And he doesn't DMCA anybody and is happy for people to use his music anywhere so long as you mention that it's his work. So that's me doing that. So yeah, no, that one's fine. Otherwise, most of the music that I play to start streams is instrumental video game tracks, because that's the safe way. Now, I did mention the Twitch integration I wasn't originally going to do, but I looked more into it, and it seems good. That said, I fucked up the setup of it, and I realized that after I'd already started the stream. So I am going to load the game without showing you the game, so that I can enter in the proper code that you're not allowed to look at, so that you can't hack me or anything. So just enjoy my face for a little longer than we'd planned. Did they fill in the censored words by the Finnish kids? They did not, because they censored that particular word for a reason, because it is a slur, and we are in support of that decision, frankly. Okay. That should have done it. Is it? Yeah, activate. It should be an overlay. So maybe you have to refresh or something, but it's called Disco Elysium Companion, and it allows you to, through the overlay, take a look at my character setup and see everything. Now, I don't have a character yet, so it probably isn't going to show you anything yet, but it seems cool. I don't think it forces me to take dialogue options that you choose. I think I have agency over that, though I can set up polls, I think, to... I assume the game itself will give me that option. So it's there, everyone's got it, that's good. Okay. Now it has actually blanked out the code thing, so I will show you. Because I wanted to show you the options anyway, because they interest me. At least when it shows up on screen. Is it going to show up on screen? It's been finicky lately. But yeah, see, it's a bunch of stars. You don't know what that token is. So, I just... There's one particular option that I wanted to show you. But first of all, yeah, we've got the new voiceover mode, and we've got 3 settings, which I thought was interesting. 2 of them are self-explanatory. Full means every single line in the game has a voice attached to it, either by the character voice actors or by the incredibly boring narrator. We are not playing on full, for reasons that you might have been able to figure out from my sentence just there. Classic is how the game used to be, which takes away a lot of the character voices, so I don't want that. Psychological seems to be the let's remove the narrator mostly. I think it's supposed to remove the narrator entirely, but when I was messing around with it in one of my old save files, I caught some narrator lines that are still there, so I don't know what they're going for, but this allows the skills, because the problem I had was, in this game, your skills are personality traits, and they are basically voices in your head. Now, we're not talking about, like, an actual real-world condition that puts voices in your head, but a more gamified version of it, which isn't meant to be offensive or anything. So the skills will give you opinions, and they'll chime in more the more points you have in them, and they all have fairly distinct personalities, but the narrator who voices them all does plain, simple, unemotive narrator voice, and I don't like that, so that's why we're getting rid of him. Anyway, this is my favorite setting ever. Tutorial Agent. Read this. The Tutorial Agent gives new players unsolicited advice. Untick this box to set some boundaries. It's like it was written for me. It's just really cathartic to read this after months of 14 and the people therein. No offense. I do love my community. Mostly. Detective mode. With detective mode active, interactable objects and characters are automatically highlighted. This is weird, because without this on, you can activate the same shit by holding tab, which is what I prefer to do, rather than having all the highlighty lines. But hey, if you want to get that for free without having to press tab, you can. There's also hardcore mode, which is weird for a game like this. Hardcore mode is existentially difficult. Checks are harder. Healing items cost more money. Choose your clothes and your thoughts wisely, but you get a small amount of extra EXP. We're not going to play hardcore mode. That seems terrible. We will play streamer mode, because that is not Throne of Lies crap streamer mode. It's music copyright streamer mode in response to the recent DMCA apocalypse. Any game that has this, I'm going to play with it on, because that's just for safety now. So, I'm not going to play the defaults, because I don't like the defaults. We create a character. So here's what I need to decide. I decided not to poll this. I'd rather pick it for myself. Now, I have played this game with... You don't have to play it like that when you're not streaming, Snip. Also, it's new. We'll start... We'll bring back all of my stat points. I'm not going to play as a 1-1-1-1, though that would be funny in its own way. When I streamed this before, I played with Motorix as my max stat, and I've also played with Psyche as my max stat, though I do like Psyche a lot, so I think we'll put a lot of points in there regardless. But with that in mind, I would like my biggest stat to be one that I have not done before. So, do we want to be incredibly intelligent or incredibly strong? Mastermind or Big Dumb Brute mode? That's the big question at hand. Do I currently have Gav stats active? Do you mean the overlay? I mean, I haven't... I don't really have a lot of... I don't know if you're making a joke about what my stats would be, in which case Physique 1, but if you're talking about the overlay, I don't know what the overlay is doing, no. But I don't have my character created yet, so I would assume it's not going to tell you what my stats are, because I don't have the stats. No, you're making a joke, okay. I haven't fully decided where my face is going to be yet, by the way. This might well move, but this might be the right spot for it. This is the Watch Dogs view screen. But yeah, terrible, 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 terrible. Anyway, do we have thoughts? Do we have thoughts? Press 1 for high intellect, and press 2 for high physique. Actually, Binary, I've heard good things about high physical stats in Disco Elysium. This game breaks that boundary a little. That said, I'm also happy enough playing Disco Elysium's version of Mega Mind. What I do know is I'd like Psyche to be my next highest for the simple fact that I quite like that stat when I played with it as max. So I'll put that at least 3. I also want Physique to be at least 2 because that's if I start with that at 1, then I'll have 1 health. I don't want that. Blue Moon would prefer a beat stick. I think I will. I think I will, because like I usually play the majorly intellect types in a lot of games. I will go the Fizz option, I think. I could have that 2 3 6 1, or I could have 1 4 6 1. But let's keep our mental stats a bit more balanced. But what I will do, why not make a mediocre balanced character? Because this is Disco Elysium, and that's so fucking boring, Sam! Disco Elysium is about embracing failure. I refuse to ever play this without a ridiculous strong point and a ridiculous weak point. That said, my first playthrough I refused to have any stats at 1, but 2 is close enough. But I do like having a 6. 5 psi, 2 motor. What, you mean like this? I don't... That doesn't work. I'd have to lower that. No, I've already done it with Psyche and Motorix as my max. This I like, this I like. I like not having these 2 at 1 because then you die quick, and that's only fun the first time. That's not fun after the... It's not fun the second or third, fourth time that you have to reload a game like this where it's mostly just talking. So yeah, let's go this. It's good too because Motorix was on stream my max before. So being terrible... Can you increase your stats over time? Kind of. You increase your skills. In fact, when we move... But no, I like this. I like this array. I like this array. We've kept this stuff balanced, and we've got... Because I do like some balance, but I also like extremes. So... Yeah, Snip, that's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing. But I want to see what 6 physique does. So here's the way skills work. This is what's very fucking interesting. Your skills can be increased to double your stat. Which means I can add 1 skill point to each of these Motorix skills, and I can add 6 skill points to each of these physique skills. So really 6 is too much. You don't need to have 6 in anything. But we take it anyway because we embrace how this game works. You don't want to play efficient in Disco Elysium or else you're boring. That said, I am going to take my signature skill from the Psyche department because I want it to be Inland Empire for some reasons that will come into play later. But let me explain the skills to you because there's 24 of them, and they each basically represent a sort of personality trait. And tell part of the story. And like I said, the more points you have in a skill, the more the skill will chime in. And if you have too many points in the skill can chime in a lot. So, for intellect we have logic, and each of these have a really big set of paragraphs, like going in depth. I'm not going to read each of these in full because we'll be sitting here for a long time. But, yeah, logic. Wield raw intellectual power, deduce the world. A very valuable detective skill. Analyze the living daylights out of the case. Piece evidence together. Impress everybody. Bread and butter. Solve the most complicated puzzle. At low levels, you'll have a hard time solving even the simplest puzzle. Encyclopedia is... I think, Snip, you had a lot of Encyclopedia and it started to annoy you after a while. Encyclopedia is your lore dump, and if you have a lot of points in it, then Encyclopedia will give you a bunch of really long paragraphs about shit you don't care about from the game's backstory. So, it's good if that's what you're into. Miserable if not. Rhetoric. Practice the art of persuasion and enjoy rigorous intellectual discourse. Rhetoric urges you to debate, make intellectual discourse, nitpick, and win. Rhetoric is a douche. And again, rhetoric is also the one that makes you a communist, so... Well, it doesn't make you a communist. Rhetoric represents communism. 4 of these skills represent political ideology. But yeah, rhetoric is basically Sam. It's literally, that is the truth. It's cool for ideologues, conversationalists, would-be politicians. Oh, I should read this, yeah. Encyclopedia is cool for thinkers, historians, and trivia freaks. Logic is cool for analysts, pure rationalists, obviously logicians. Drama! This is your, obviously your sort of acting performance stat, but it's also your lie detector. It's your deception and your ability to perceive the deception of others. Cool for undercover cops, thespians of the stage, psychopaths. Treat the world as a stage, enables you to lie. High levels, you may be an insufferable thespian. Conceptualization is basically your art skill. I won't say it's your imagination, but it's a part of it. There's another skill that represents your imagination too. But conceptualization, yeah, understand creativity.
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Thank you, High Priest, and see art in the world. Cool for creatives, psychedelic fanciers, critics. Snip. What are you... Oh, sorry, Snip, because 2 people typed between you, I just thought you were screaming at me to stop. It's like, what? What? Yeah. Conceptualization would like you to be the art cop instead of just a regular cop. Or an art bastard, if you want to use the modern parlance. And then there's visual calculus, which is a fun one. I quite like it. It allows you to reconstruct crime scenes. When visual calculus has its way, you get these little visual tapestries of what happened in the past, like, you know, one of those like high-tech sort of crime scene reconstruction things, except you're doing it with your own brain. You only get a few of those in this game, but they're fun, and you need some of this skill in order to make them show up. We're not going to have a lot of it, so we might not see it, but it's cool. Make the laws of physics work for the law. Cool for forensic scientists, tactical fighters, math-minded people. It's a fun one, I like it. Anyway, Psyche. This is the other half of your mental stats. Volition. Hold yourself together, keep your morale up. It's basically your composure and your determination. Cool for sane people, well-adjusted cops, and the non-suicidal. Urges you to be a good guy to others and to yourself. Resist temptation, gives you the will to finish the investigation, and every point of volition is a point of morale, which is one of your 2 health bars. So volition is important. It's also very boring and straight-laced. So, that's the downside. Inland Empire. This one's fun. This is the other imagination skill. Hunches and gut feelings. Dreams in waking life. Inland Empire is cool for dreamers, paranatural investigators, mental creators. Yeah, unfiltered wellspring of imagination, emotion, and foreboding. Inland Empire refers to what's going on in your head. And it is a fun skill, and it's the one we'll be setting as our signature because I like it a lot. And I already have enough Shivers points, so I don't need to set that one instead. Your signature skill just gives you 1 extra point in it, and it also lets you, instead of having 3, I'll have 4 here that I can add to. Which kind of makes me want to go 2-2-2, but no, we'll keep the 2-3-1. Efficiency is not the goal here. Anyway, Inland Empire's fun. Empathy, fairly straightforward. Understand others, work your mirror neurons. Cool for judges, a character, interviewers, interrogators. I don't need to explain this. It's empathy. You know what that is. If you don't, you're a psycho. Authority. Intimidate the public. Assert yourself. Along the other side of empathy, we have being a dick to people because you're the police. Authority is a douche. He's a douche. Cool for leaders, experts of psychological warfare, respect junkies. It's your browbeat and bully people into submission skill with your words. As opposed to your browbeat and bully people into submission with your fist skill, which would be physical instrument. Esprit de corps. Now this one's weird, and it kind of only works because the main character is police. Understand cop culture and connect with your station. This is basically... It helps you understand your partner better, it helps you relate to police characters better, it helps you understand what police would and should do in this situation.
Doors open, boys!
Such as shouting woo when you get raided. It's cool for cops, cop aficionados, and pretend cops. We're playing Disco Elysium, Davos, if you know anything about it. If not, stick around, maybe you'll learn something. We're going through the skills right now, explaining what they all are and do, because I find them all fascinating. So yeah, this one's very cop-based. Suggestion. Charm men and women, play the puppet master. This is your social manipulation skill. Cool for diplomats, charmers, and sociopaths. If people think they want what you want, you've already won. Fairly straightforward. Physique. Now, there was a blog post about how they managed to create 6 skills out of your physique and how hard it was to do. But they've done pretty well with 5 out of 6 of them. There's only one that I don't think is particularly interesting. Endurance. Cool for fighters who can take a hit, lookouts who don't sleep, human batteries. Endurance is your metabolism and circulatory system. It's your gut. It's your gut instincts as well. It improves your health. Every point of endurance is a point of health, so I'm going to be healthier than I need to be, really, but that's fine. That's not why I took physique max, but if anything, I'd go lower on the endurance. Why be afraid of drugs that hurt your health if you're a very, very healthy man? Who cares if you can't aim a gun if you can take a few bullets? So yeah, it's your resistance. Take the blows, don't let the world kill you. But remember when I said that each political ideology has a skill that represents it? Endurance is the fascist. Now, I don't have to be a fascist because I have a lot of endurance. What that means is that if I choose to be one, which I won't, endurance is the skill that will tell me about it. Rhetoric is the one who tells you to be a communist. Volition tells you to be a boring centrist. Endurance tells you to be a fascist. Because it's the gut instinct, apparently. I don't know, I disagree with that. My gut has never told me to be a fascist, but nonetheless. So we don't like endurance because it's a fascist. Anyway. Pain threshold. Shrug off the pain, they'll have to hurt you more. Unstoppable fighters, guys who won't die. Masochists. Pain threshold ignores damage so you can push on bloodied and crawling. It's similar to endurance, but endurance is actually surviving the damage. Pain threshold is enjoying it. We'll get there, Flex. We'll get there. That's in the motoric section, as you could probably figure out. At high levels, pain threshold turns in on itself in a seriously unhealthy way with full-on self-destructive behavior. You get turned into a creepy masochist. Probably, binary run, probably. Pain threshold is one of the 2 less interesting physique skills, but it's more interesting to me than the one that I don't have much for. Signature skills, physical instrument. Sorry, no. My signature skill will be Inland Empire, but physical instrument, physique skills. Cool for muscle men, bare-knuckle brawlers, gym teachers. Physical instrument is not only your muscles and your skeleton, it's your ability to use them effectively. This is basically your catch-all for, like, strength and just, you know, smacking people around. This is your smack someone around skill. It's cool. Electrochemistry. This is your drugs, do all the drugs, let's get banned in Australia. Drugs, do all the drugs, fuck the classification board. That's that skill. Do I need to explain that anymore? Didn't think so. And yes, thank you for the raid, Davos. I do appreciate it. Go to Party Planet. Love and be loved by drugs. Electrochemistry is single-handedly responsible for the fact that I'm not legally allowed to purchase this game in my country anymore. Thankfully, I bought it 2 years ago, so it doesn't matter. Electrochemistry is the animal within you, the beast, longing to be unleashed to indulge and enjoy. At high levels, you become a man of unrestrained pleasure. With a low electrochemistry, you'll be too innocent to be effective. Without a working knowledge of drugs and sex, the city will be difficult to understand. Electrochemistry is fun in the game. Shivers. This is the other incredibly interesting stat alongside Inland Empire. Shivers is weird. Shivers is considered the only supernatural stat in the game. Shivers is raise the hair on your neck, tune into the city. Now, it could just be the main character just fucking imagining everything, but Shivers is meant to be kind of like a spiritual, instinctual understanding of the world around. It's kind of... I kind of based the whole voice of the city thing in City of Dread off of this, except I turned it into songs. Shivers allows our main character to meditate for a bit and see what's going on throughout the world a little bit, and just kind of get ideas and hunches, and it's really hard to explain, but you'll see it as we play. Shivers comes when the temperature drops and you become more keenly aware of your surroundings. It enables you to hear the city itself, to truly belong to the streets. It is a supernatural ability. Old wrongs play out in present time. Scenes across the city happen in front of you, but who is speaking to you? At high level, Shivers may make you seem mad to the outside world. As you listen to the city, you don't listen to others. Your superiors may begin to worry. But with a low Shivers, you'll seldom hear the city speaking to you. And if you cannot hear it, how can you ever save it? Then there's Half-Light, which is... It's meant to be your fight-flight instinct. So it has two modes. Beat it up! And run! But because of that, it's, to me, the least interesting physique skill, because it doesn't have anything new or special to say. It's never going to surprise you. It's the skill that tells you to run. It's the skill that tells you to fight. Cool for high-strung investigators. Shoot now, ask questions later, cops. Surprise haters? Oh, as in you hate surprises, not surprise, I hate you. It's alright. And then there's Motorix, which we're going to be very bad at. Hand-eye coordination. How good are you at shooting things? In my first playthrough of this game, this was a vital skill twice. I imagine I'm going to have to find different solutions in this run, and I'm happy about that. But it was only a vital skill twice. I only needed this twice. So, there were really important moments, but it was only twice. Perception. I don't need to explain this. Although I hate the fact that I'm going to have low amounts of it. I might, if there's one Motorix skill that I'm going to want to try and find a way past this cap in order to pump, it's going to be Perception. Because Perception is really cool. Perception... When you play with like a low intellect, low psyche build, Perception is the skill that gives you your little sparks of intelligence, because it will tell you, oh hey, that person you're talking to, their eye just twitched in a funny way, or, you know, you smell something strange in this room, investigate that, or, what the hell was that noise? It was really, really quiet, but it was definitely there. Perception is great in this game, but it's also not interesting in terms of it being weird. It's interesting in terms of what it tells you, but it's, you know, it's nothing special. It's perception. You know? But it's handled really well here. Reaction speed, yeah, self-explanatory. Your reaction speed allows you to catch things. If you don't have enough of it, you might miss some stuff that you could otherwise push at. So we'll probably miss some stuff. The quickest to react. Now, savoir-faire, who was the person who asked about capitalism? Savoir-faire is the capitalism skill. Sneak under their noses, stun with immense panache. Savoir-faire isn't used a lot in my recollection, which is a shame. It's cool for acrobats, thieves, unbearable show-offs. It's... yeah, be better than you are. It urges you to be disco. Slip by others in Samaran boxing style. Tumble out the back with unexpected acrobatics. It enables you to move with silent footsteps, groove to a good beat, lift useful evidence off of perps without them noticing. It also makes you a cooler cop whose athletic flair will certainly impress the citizenry. It's like a sort of flashy dexterity... full of yourself wanker skill, but it's also the one that'll speak to you if you go capitalist. For that reason, flashy wanker, flashy stylish wanker. Interfacing. This is your manual. This is your hand dexterity. It's basically your lock-picking, pickpocketing machine skill. I quite liked it as well in my last run, so I'm gonna hate to lack this as well. Interfacing wants you to connect to machines, use and improve them, make you a better human organism. And then there's Composure itself. I'd said Volition was like Composure. I forgot that there was another Composure down here. Composure is keeping your poker face and looking stable. Volition is actually being stable. So there's your distinction. You can have no volition at all, but amazing composure. You can crack on the inside while looking fine. Or you can be the opposite way. Be fine, but on the surface, do not look calm and ready. Cool for card players, military fetishists, and cool people. And that's our stats. As I said, signature stat will be Inland Empire. That just means that'll be 4 instead of 3, and it means that I can add more to my psyche. So we're going to be physique psyche based, which I like. Less on the intellect and motorics. And I think that makes it more interesting, having some areas in which we just can't do anything right, and some areas in which we can't fail. There we go. Yes, it took half an hour to get past the menu, but this is Disco Elysium, and I think it's worth it. The Furies are at home in the mirror. It is their address. Even the clearest water, if deep enough, can drown? Is that what that said? Fireman PC. I remember you. When was the last time you were here? Was the last time you were here the last time I played Disco Elysium? I can't remember. Yeah, we spent half an hour looking at our skills. That's no worries, Fireman. People are welcome whenever, but I do remember you. Yes, I'm playing this again for the final cut, and so that I can save my VODs, because previously I had to delete all my VODs because of the DMCA apocalypse. I want to play this for the voice acting, if nothing else.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Yeah, we're not going to talk like someone who has played this before, because for anyone here who has not experienced the story before, I'm not going to just start throwing out spoilers all the time, because that's shit for them. So we are going to treat it like an unfolding story, even though I do know what's happening, and you know that I know what's happening. You might not. Let me see what these two buttons are, because they might be Twitch integration based. Never mind. Clicking on them does not do anything. Wait, what's that? Did I start a poll for nothing? Maybe I did. I'm thinking this might be the Twitch stuff? Hang on, let me look at my own damn... The investigator... Oh, that's interesting. What did it say? Yeah, I should actually take a look at this, so I know. Because I have no idea. Yeah, alright, I'm looking at my own stream now. So you can see my stats. Oh, you can actually click on the skills and read them. That's cool. I'm still glad I talked about it. You can see my quest log. That's amazing. You could change my stats? I hope you didn't. Interesting. The game doesn't give you, like, a manual on how... So what does this do? What does clicking on that do? Nothing. That's fine.
Ever. Never, ever.
So if I click that, will that then poll you to pick an answer here? Haha! So I get to choose when to put it in your hands. That's perfect. I want that. That's exactly what I want. Nice. That's what we'll do. That way, whenever there's something with a fascist option, I will not give you a poll, because I don't trust you all, and anybody who voted for that option would be doing themselves a disservice. Oh, actually, I don't even have to click. Do I? I can ignore you. I can ignore you. I can click never, ever, ever. I won't, though. I'll be nice. Thank you, me, Jay. Simply keep on non-existing.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
Sorry, what was that about the X something?
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle. soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful. A ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
I will do a poll here. Do we plunge back into blessed ignorance, or do we push? Just as a question to see. How does it work? Hello? Okay, inconsistently responsive this thing is, because it doesn't have a cooldown like the other one. I already broke it? Are you saying that with, like, experience? Like, I don't know if that's a joke or if the thing is kind of broken and doesn't work well. Either way. Well, I started pushing. I want to know about the X something.
Ex-love. Ex-tenderness.
X.
It is
Terminate.
foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
It's just you, or is the quest log sitting on my forehead? It isn't where I am. It's sitting on top of the sub goal, but it's not sitting on my forehead. I think you can turn the overlay off if you don't want it personally. We're just we're learning. If I hit this, all right, now it works. Now it works. I don't actually care about this poll. I just wanted to see if it worked. But yeah, you can vote for the dialogue, but I don't have to choose what you vote for. So I can veto you, which is exactly what I want. Best kind of Twitch integration is the Twitch integration where the streamer can tell the Twitch chat to fuck off at will. Which I won't do yet. But in emergencies, maybe. Allons-y, never let me go.
Alright, nothing town to fuck all borough.
Look, there's I am tired of being this type of animal, and who gives a shit? Giggle or what? Why? Oh, are you talking about DST? No. I'll finish and enjoy my extra hour is what I'm gonna fucking do.
Not you. Your days of giving a shit and being that type of animal are over.
Don't stop. Keep singing. Sing me the song of death?
The song of death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the sore, bloated man meat around you. A sensation.
Sensational.
Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
Are you ready for a new sensation? Mother, help me! There's a head attached to my neck and I'm in it!
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache.
Help! Someone! Cut my head off! It's trying to murder the rest of me! Or, who am I? What sort of creature does this to their own mouth? So these are both funny, so I can't choose between them. Oh, 50-50. You guys are no help. Look at that! Look at that! You can't take you people anywhere. Alright, wait. Cut my head off, it's trying to murder the rest of me.
A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. Here we are, folks. Drink it in. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. We've had one hell of a night. Let me put my face here, maybe, because there will be another thing here, but I can't remember if anything's going to be down in this spot other than the skills window. But like we sort of have to put up with that. So I'm going to save my game here, and then I'm going to press that other button. Look at all these old saves. Because someone said that you can change my stats. I just want to look at it. But if you guys fuck my stats up, I'm going to reload because fuck you. I want to see what this does before I decide what I actually want to... The investigator is meditating, allowing you to temporarily alter their skills. Pick one skill to improve and one skill to diminish. Temporarily isn't that bad. Interesting. Okay, so what did you do? Physique went down, intellect went up. But it goes back to normal after the timer, I guess. Cool, alright. Might be fun. I don't know. Let's, investigate this wonderful, wonderful room. This magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. You must value privacy. The door has been locked from the inside. I wonder if these get voiced. Probably not, because it's just on-screen dialogue and not proper. But I have, just to let people know, I am playing on... Oh, that's all. New menu-y stuff. I'm playing on psychological voice mode because I'm not super fond of the narrator voice. I checked it out. I played a little bit of my old save file. I'm not super fond of the narrator voice, so I don't want that as much as I can. Anyway, there is a shoe here. Why are you so happy, Fireman? We now have a green shoe. Yeah, no, I prefer to narrate games like this. But when I played this before, I had to do a lot of the character voices too, and while I can, it really hurt my throat, and I don't want to repeat the experience. Looks like someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. Oh yeah, Fireman PC. Yeah, the narrator just blank voicing all of the skills sucks. He's fine for actual bland, you know, non-character dialogue, but to have electrochemistry talk without emotion is just sad. This reel-to-reel tape player is still on, rolling empty. I understand why, though, because that's a lot of fucking work, but I don't personally want it. We have our flare-cut trousers. You hear a jingle! Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. Let me actually, let me show you what the narrator sounds like. Fish them out.
It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Yeah. For perception, that's not too bad. Perception's a bit of a dull, just the facts kind of person, but every single skill line is voiced in that way. I respectfully decline. You wouldn't want to hear it for 20 hours. No, no. It's a cool voice, but it's also, yeah, kind of, it's very punchy as well. You see bottles in the bathtub, wine, beer, and sweet liqueurs. White satin shirt. We look almost professional. It adds to... Yeah, so the way clothes work is that they tend to buff and debuff stats. Shoe doesn't do anything yet because we only have one shoe. We need to find the other one. But the white satin shirt hurts our suggestion because it smells bad, adds to our conceptualization because it is a statement to wear. Our pants, though, lower our savoir-faire because it's tight around the thighs and our movement is restricted. Increases our electrochemistry because it's tight around the crotch. Right, so psychological must also turn off... Huh. I figured psychological would have the narrator speak on behalf of the mirror, but that's fine. A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor, which is why this looks like this. If you don't go to the mirror, you can spend the whole game with that as your profile picture. Some people do that, because they don't notice this. Really? Nothing? Really? All recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions. With all the synapses you extinguished, it's a miracle you could even think this sentence. You've interrupted a true act of self-annulment here. Yeah, I would prefer I don't know, actually. But yeah, in full voiceover, you would get the mirror to be read aloud. I'm cool with that not being the case, because I can do that here. It's fine. I can be that, fine. But South Robin, yeah, I have played this before. Yeah, it, yeah, Fireman PC, we can talk about that. South Robin, Disco Elysium got a update with more voice acting and more content, and so we're doing a redo. Yes. Wipe the mirror. I would just politely advise you all to brace yourselves as you slowly reach your hand toward the surface of the mirror. Abort! You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it. Maybe I should touch it first? Make sure there's nothing wrong with my face? Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it. What? What's wrong? Oh god, where do we even begin? There's the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin. I'm sorry? Touch my nose. Bet you are. Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it, and it doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose either, not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you. But at least my tongue is okay. No, it's not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers. I'm scared. I want to stop doing this. Ah, don't be scared. It's only your face. It's not like anyone is going to see it. Wipe the mirror now. Behold! You have no idea who this thing is, do you? No, but my chat can help me. So, South Robin, this is a Twitch integration poll. You get to pick the response, and if I agree with you guys, I will then choose it. Very likely, Flex. I was a commie last time on stream, but I do want the new quest. I know that there's new quests for political ideology, so I'm happy to do it again. For me, though, like, of the four, it's either going to be commie or ultra-liberal, because moralist seems dull compared to the others, and I am not particularly interested in being a fascist, especially not on stream. I'd never even consider that. I might do it off stream if I ever really wanted to know what the experience was like, but I don't think I'd enjoy it. I think it would be really bleak and depressing on account of how a certain character that's around a lot would probably hate me. So, this one I polled for a reason, because this can start to form some personality stuff. Of course I do. It's some kind of superstar? I think I'm a superstar. I usually go with this as the face of a late-stage alcoholic, but let's do the superstar track. It appears you're also dead. That's clearly rigor mortis on your face, or... Wait. Is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression? With that face? Why? Ah, South Robin, you can actually look for yourself. Have you got the overlay on? Because you'll see two buttons on the left side of your screen. One that looks like the skills, it's got the 6 card symbols, 6 rectangles, and then you've got a quest log. You can, at any point, click on my skills and click on my quest log and read it for yourself, irrespective of my gameplay, which is really cool. unless you're on mobile or something and you can't access that, in which case we can tell you, but, you know. Anyway, am I trying to make an expression? I think it might be because I'm a superstar. Please stop, it's horrible. You're scaring yourself. No, this is what superstars do. Keep making the face. Oh my god, you can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off. What does that even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey? Superstardom? Gods, I don't know. It's indescribable. I think it's supposed to look suggestive. I'm afraid it's meant for the ladies. I'm insinuating that I'm vaguely sympathetic, sort of pulling it off too in a sad has-been kind of way. There's some charm to it. Or it's an expression of pain. Looks like For the Ladies has won. Good news, ladies. He's available. Please promise yourself you are not going to try it on any of the ladies, whatever happens. I promise. Lie. You liar. You can't even tell the truth to yourself. Go ahead, try something. And here's our first skill checks. So our white skill check is repeatable. If we fail it, it's locked until we increase the stat. Or we do something that unlocks it. Usually it's increase the stat. But you can, if you unlock it again, repeat it. Usually white checks are optional. Pretty much none of them are required except for a few scenarios in which there's a couple of white checks and you have to pass one of them to get through a point. But these two are for fun. One is an encyclopedia check to see if we can figure out where the expression came from, and the other one is to stop the expression. I don't want to do that, because when you stop the expression, we just look sad. I like the expression. I think I want to keep it. I might give it a go, because it's barely going to succeed, but yeah, both of these are very low chance. Let's try it anyway. 8%. You'll always win with a double 6 roll, you'll always lose with a double 1, so nothing is guaranteed in Disco Elysium. Highest you can get, I think, is a 97% success rate, and the lowest you can have is 3. Let's see if we can locate the source with our terrible encyclopedic knowledge. Nope. Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now. And yeah, if you pass this check, and I'll spoil that because I'm never going to do it in this playthrough. If you pass this check, he stops grinning and he just looks sad and haunted. That's true. Yeah, we almost got there. 12. So I prefer... It changes your profile picture. And I don't like it. I think he looks better with the expression. So we'll leave the mirror be for now. There's also this. This is a door to the next apartment building. Can't open it. White means there's no point clicking on it, usually. Though it can be clicked later. Let's get our jacket. We have a disco ass blazer. Now, I believe that's disco ass, like as in badass, but for disco. Not that it is a blazer that you wear on your ass. That would be a strange blazer. Doesn't give you a debuff, but it boosts your esprit de corps because of the halogen watermarks on it, which are going to be explained to us later on. But that's these little rectangles that we can't read. There's one on our back and one on our arm. They're not patches because the thing got broken or anything. They belong there. Looks like someone skinned this blazer off of some long-extinct disco animal. Has an enigmatic white rectangle on the back of the right sleeve. Now, I think, for this thing I'm about to do, the best thing you can do is take your pants off, because I think it's a savoir-faire check. So, we're going to go in pantsless as we interact with the ceiling fan. We're also going to save, because even though we're in no danger of death with 6 health, you may wish to save when you do this yourself. Especially if you play with low physique. This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan and the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. Or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck, so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world. We have a bastardly low chance of catching this tie. But there's other options too. I'm going to leave this to you guys. Do you think I should just go straight for the tie now? Or do you think I should explore the fan more? Who's voting for leave? other than British boomers. So you've all decided that I should balls out and grab the tie, so this is silly, but we'll do it. You reach out to grab the tie. But what's this? Diffuse, radiating chest pain. Doom comes over you. You can take it. Just breathe in slowly. Breathe in calmly. Would you guys prefer if I named the skills when they spoke, by the way? I tend to just read the text. But you can kind of... Then I guess if you're not watching, you don't know if I'm speaking as savoir-faire or pain threshold. Alright, if I don't read... Okay, I'll read it when a skill, but I'm not going to say ceiling fan, because the ceiling fan isn't really talking, that's just narrative text. This is not a real heart attack. This is a joke. It's probably just your lungs or your esophagus. The esophagus does practically nothing. Oh, that's interesting. So because my pain threshold was high, I think I dodged the damage. Huh! That's cool! Normally, if you fail to grab the tie, you take a health hit. I had no idea. I've never played with pain threshold high. That's awesome. This game is good. Pull on the fan. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. So now, I've just added a plus modifier to this check. It's a 72% chance now, +3 because the fan was turned off. When I said a white check will lock until you put a skill in or something else happens, yeah, it also when you get a modifier, it'll So some checks interacting with the world will increase your chances. We can also pull on the light bulb. Oh god, a terrible mistake! Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. It's just a little hangover-induced photosensitivity, says Pain Threshold. Don't overreact. Bring it on! Little black spots dance on your retinas. It's almost pleasurable. Again, Pain Threshold has protected me against damage, I think. Normally that hurts you too. The lights are off again. The lights are on. The lights are off again. The lights are on. The lights are off again. The lights are on. The lights are off again. Alright, 72% chance. I'm trying to figure out if I want to save state this. Not state, but... I think I do. Okay, I'm not going to save scum much, but I want this tie. I want this tie and I want it now. There's only a few cases where I'm going to save scum. One is a certain thing in a church later, but we'll save scum this too. We got it anyway. Savoir-faire. You swoop up, catch the tie, snap! It's released from the blade. Warning! Warning! The necktie is no longer contained. What you have in your hand is a fantastically colourful tie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose. And we have, after we put our pants back on, a horrific necktie. The necktie is adorned with a garish pattern. It is disturbingly vivid. Somehow you feel as if it would be wrong to ever take it off. It's your friend now. You will betray it if you change it for some boring scarf. It adds to your inland empire. Vivid imagination. We like the tie. 5 in it. That's good. That should be enough for the thing that I want. I don't know when it starts happening, but nothing for now. There is one other thing I'm aware of, which I don't think my VisCalc is high enough to notice. But see this broken window? If I had more VisCalc, maybe I'd be able to look at it. And here we are. There's something on the table. Money! Nothing else to click on here, but there's a little door out here. Since I don't know that I can actually get the scene that I don't have the VisCalc for, I'll tell you about it. Because I do sort of know enough about this. See that? that's my shoe. It's my other shoe. And if I had the Viscalc, I could look at the window, be like, what happened here? And you get a quest, I think, to find this shoe, and then you find it. So I don't know that it's worth trying to build the skill up to make that happen. We'll just grab the shoe. But what's this? The smell of the sea makes you dizzy. Good to know. Oh. A gust of briny wind washes over you. And we have our shoes. Oh. So you still get the EXP for it. It was a secret task. Okay, so I think the way this works, quests in this game are called tasks, and you gain them and you complete them. But if you accidentally complete one without ever getting it, it becomes a secret task and you get the EXP anyway. Which is a nice system. I like that. Composure. There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin. Reunited on your feet. How do they fit? Good. They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
I
There it
never
is.
affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Blue Moon gifting a sub to Rand Millia, thank you. And you can also, this is the map screen. We don't have a map yet. We will get one eventually, but you can see all of the white checks that you have encountered as reminders. Although it is a bit broken in that a white check can stay there if you don't complete the white check, but it goes away because you've prevented its necessity. It'll stay on the list, so that's annoying. It'll just be a ghost that you can't actually complete or do anything about. The calendar says it's March, the year is 51, and here we have an NPC. This could be interesting.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Right, so this is what I mean when I said that the narrator in this voice mode is inconsistent. Sometimes he shows up, sometimes he doesn't. Turn your bloated face away from her beauty and just keep on walking. I'm not going to let you pick that. It is much more fun to have a conversation with Clash. Officer? Am I military personnel?
No.
She seems perplexed by your question. Wait, I know. I'm a businessman. Chief Executive Officer, right?
The young woman shakes her head slowly.
Okay. Chief Technical Officer?
No. You're a police officer, sir.
Are you sure? You're shitting me! Or, goddamn right I'm a policeman, and don't you forget it! I mean, I should have guessed. This very much is a you're shitting me kind of group.
I'm not. Unless you've been shitting us all this time.
She takes another drag. All this time?
You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less.
What business is that?
I couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Oh no. I think I can still do this if I follow these other plot lines. Why don't I remember being a cop or anything else?
Could it be because of the drinking?
She raises an eyebrow. The cigarette sizzles. Who in their right mind would let me be an officer of the law?
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer.
So, chat, do we awkwardly hit on the first person we meet in the video game, or do we respectfully leave? As Captain Planet says, the power is yours. Does my character seem like a respectful person? The answer is no. Like, okay, I'm my commitment to the roleplay in this game is intact because I'm only going to let you guys pick when I'm comfortable picking any of them. And frankly, I'm unsure here. Also, I'm sort of going to let you guys guide which kind of cop I'll make. Like, for example, you guys picked Superstar there, which means I am going to pursue Superstar now. I'm not going to let you guys be inconsistent, is what I'm saying. 75 to 25. Three but fail is reasonable. That's what I mean, yeah. We're not going to succeed this. We're going to try the expression on her. Let her know that you want her physically. The words have already left your mouth. Suggestion, challenging, failure. I want to have fuck with you.
What was that? That's not even how words are used. What did you say? Come on. Say it again.
She erupts in laughter, all the fatigue swept from her face. No, I don't want to.
Come on, man. Freddy, please. One more time.
How much willpower and self-respect do we have, guys? I said, I want to have fuck with you.
Goddamn right you did. You crazy asshole, you. What kind of cop are you?
Superstar cop, it's been established.
Okay, that's cool. Or if I can just maybe ask you to elaborate on that superstardom a tiny bit.
It means I'm a bloated old drunk with sideburns and disco pants. If I don't have a joke up my sleeve, it's on me. Or, I sincerely think I'm a superstar. It's a theory I'm developing. How do we feel? Sincerity. Good shit.
I have certainly been entertained. Thank you. Whatever you are, you should stick to it. Otherwise,
She extinguishes her cigarette.
it's gonna suck for you later when you have to interrogate me. And for the record, no, I didn't do it.
Alright then, Bart Simpson. Looks like she left a nice long stub in the ashtray. It's still smoking. You should pick up that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it! The what now? The living shit! Your mesolimbic reward pathway does not mince words. It wants smokes! Am I a smoker? Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Genoma. You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering deliciously. But she broke it at the filter. I can't smoke that. How very astute of you! This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack! Strike that! A carton! Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied, and then smoke them all!
The idea seems to make your neck expand. Suddenly, the garish tie feels very snug.
That's not the narrator's voice. Yes, I should do that. I should enthusiastically do that.
Doors open, boys.
I should not do that. Holy fuck, what is that? Did we get double rated, like... Was that a
Doors open,
surgical
boys.
strike? Or is this coincidental? Hello. I don't know. I thank you, Rika and Etufur. We're playing Disco Elysium, which is a narrative-focused game that is very gritty and adult. I'll make a bit of a content warning here. We're currently... A voice in our head is demanding that we smoke cigarettes. So that's what we're doing. But it's a very good game if you're in the right mood for the... And yeah, Timey, that'd be a no. It'd be a solid and very, very deliberate and... absolute no. But yeah, it's a different kind of game. It's very text-based, but it's quite funny and has lovely art when it's not being disgusting. So, I should not do that. Good. They'll make you stronger and better. You're too old to be cool now, but find cigarettes, smoke them, blam! Instantly a cool renegade man, a mystical red dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses. New task, find smokes and smoke them. That's our first quest, everybody! So the plot of this game is that we are a broken wreck of a man who has woken up having drunk himself into a stupor. He has no idea who he is, but apparently he's a police officer, and he has to solve a murder when he can't remember his own name. Oops. We have 24 skills, which represent the voices in our head and our personality traits. Now, these are more theoretical voices in our head, like, it's meant to be gamified. It's not, you know... as far as I'm aware, they do not portray this character as having a specific real-life condition. So they're not touching on that. It's just that the voices are the narration. Like, our electrochemistry is the part of us that likes drugs and alcohol, so electrochemistry talks to us and says, hey, drink a beer. Hey, smoke a cigarette. Whereas we have our empathy, which is a much nicer voice that just wants us to understand people and be nice. So they vary in intensity. Let's keep exploring. This is the weekend edition of the satirical newspaper Trompe Le Monde. And this is the door that Klaus just disappeared into. The door is closed. We don't need to get her attention right now. In fact, we can't. If we knock, we'll just knock forever. So we will leave her alone. Begrudgingly. And here we are at the bottom floor of the Whirling in Rags. Yeah, we're the Hulk. That's it. Yeah, we have Twitch integration in this game. By clicking the two buttons on the left, you can see my quest list, and you can also see my skill matrix and see how good and bad I am at everything, and read about the skills if you want to click on them and learn, which is quite nice, though. I'm looking at it myself. On the list of skills in the Twitch overlay, is it just me or can you not scroll down? So you can't access them all. You can only access the first 4 of each type. At least on my screen. Seems a bit clunky. Oh well. You managed? I couldn't. Summer door closed for the winter. This is where the lyrics would be. A little mic stand. Big old karaoke mic, just waiting for someone to sing into it. The speaker is connected to the radio. The music is seasoned with static. Inland Empire. You should totally sing karaoke here. The first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know of your vast, oceanic soul. And I can also set up dialogue polls where you can vote for what I'm going to answer with. Describe my soul. Is it immense, modest, puny? Is it obscured by the hangover? Yes, my soul's cubic content is obscured by the hangover. We can't quite make a judgment on how big it is right now. Of course. At this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard through a PA system by other people. Whether they like it or not, ram it up their ears, says your adrenaline gland. Violently express itself. This goes well with the theory I'm developing, that I'm a down-on-my-luck superstar person. Inland Empire, who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yeah, sounds likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with this thought. See if it works. What should I sing when it comes to it? Ah, you have not yet stumbled upon the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You'll wreak havoc with it. Don't worry. I was thinking maybe I could sing something happy, get the people going. No! Don't sing the happy song. That's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound. New task, sing karaoke. You have to find something tragic to sing first, though. There's some Nosifed. Health medicine. This is a water cooler. A large bubble is rising to the surface. The menu has been wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. The door is bolted. A sign reads, "Kitchen reserved for personnel until 1 in the afternoon." And let's talk to this friendly man who is no doubt ecstatic and thrilled to see us.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again.
I really want to give this narrator like a throat lolly. He sounds like he's having a bad throat day, is all I'm saying. Empathy. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now, he is purposefully ignoring you. Looks like he is not a fan. I sense you're not a fan of mine.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
Logic. Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this? So not only am I a cop, but I'm also a hero!
Yes, you are. A real decorated hero.
Oh, by the way, just in case anyone was wondering, this is Sam. What did I do?
What did you not do? First you took the body down, then you solved the murder, then you didn't trash my hostel room. Maybe you even negotiated the strike.
Oh my god, I did all those things?
No, you see, actually, you didn't. You haven't done anything even remotely useful since you got here.
What have I been doing then? Have you seen me around?
No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
He looks down again and keeps plucking at the bird. Look at the stuffed bird.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall.
Something about this bird makes you feel bitter. What happened to the bird?
Look, your buddy is over there.
He looks at the doors where a man in a bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
What do you mean, my buddy?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Are you the bartender?
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
You look like a bartender.
That period of my life is over. Not everyone who stands behind a counter is a bartender, okay? I'm the cafeteria manager.
What's the difference?
I have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in.
Where did this Sylvie go?
She just, you know.
He shrugs. And that's it. Leave! Okay then. That's Mr. Gart. Not my best friend. A bottle of rum has been knocked over. Beautiful dark liquid is spitting out. A man is sleeping at the table wearing mud-caked boots and rolled-down overalls. The back of his shirt reads Wild Pines, encircled by a logo with a tree. He looks one with the table. It would take quite some effort to wake him up, says Physical Instrument.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Pick up the pills.
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
Let me get some magnesium, which is a morale health booster, which is very good. Yeah. I thought I turned the tutorial agent off. I did. Wow! It's just like 14! You tell the tutorial agent to stop giving unsolicited advice, and then it keeps fucking doing it! I mean, sorry, that was hostile. Physical Instrument challenging. Wake him up. Wake me up! I can't wake up! Save me! Physical Instrument challenging. Success. There is only one way to awake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth! Wake up, this is an order, I am the law. Or just a primordial scream. Which manner of flair do we want, guys? Oh, it's 50% now. Oh god, it's changed! We're the law! I thought we were gonna scream, but now we're the law. Okay. Wake up! This is an order! I am the law!
Why the yelling man?
The 30-something man slowly lifts his head, gives a pensive look. You're alive? You looked out for the long count there.
Wait, what? I was just sleeping. What do you want, officer?
See anything interesting in your dreams?
Thank God, no.
Was it a fathomless darkness into which we ought to be deferred like corpses to a mausoleum?
The worker stares at you.
I
His
never
eyes
affiliate
dry
with
from
anyone who
sleep.
isn't
A
prepared to
web of
drown me in
wrinkles
money.
covers his tanned forehead.
Sphex says, thank you for 3 tier 1 subs there. That brings us up to 50 again. I do love to sit at 50.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir. But when I'm out, then I'm really out. No corpses. No mausoleums. Just quality time.
Inland Empire, a little me time in the abyssopelagic zone. Oh, you can never return to it now. Only detective work remains, wakefulness and detection. Endurance. Fuck sleep! Despite the headache and the queasiness, you feel like you got at least a 10-kilometer run in you. Tell me about Wild Pines, the writing on your overalls.
That's the name of my employer. I work in logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this. How's that going?
How's it going?
He lets out a big yawn and then stares at the cafeteria's terrace doors. Some fingerprints glisten on the glass.
Haven't you noticed what's going on outside?
I've almost never been outside of this building.
Good. We're in the middle of
Good?
a strike down at the harbour, trying to force some sense into the executive board of Wild Pine.
What is this accent? Good. Wait, no. Huh? That's weird. My Twitch dashboard says 53 subscribers instead of 50, but my Oh shit, I don't have. Hang on. I might have been lying to you. Because I didn't start stream labels. So I think we were already at 50, but Svexus just added it to 53. Thinking that he was giving me the 3 that I needed. Which is funny, but also fraud. So I am deeply sorry and have now fixed it. As opposed to thinking, if I kept this here, then maybe... I had no idea, because, yeah, the goal doesn't update with unless Stream Labels is running, and for some reason I just didn't launch it today. Sorry. Yeah, that's... I had that thought for like a split second, Timey, and then I realized that that would be wrong. So, I'm not gonna. Anyway, good. He doesn't dwell on the particulars of your existence. There's a strike down at the harbour, trying to force some sense into the executives.
For one, I get you some more shut-eye in the mornings. Right to work, right to sleep, I say.
Why are you sleeping here while the others are out striking?
Nate got it. Measurehead's got it. He's
Measurehead?
guarding the gate. I'm just getting some sleep. Or was.
Physical instrument. The way he says Measurehead implies ultimate trust in this head reckoner's physical prowess. He seems like a worthy rival. You should slay him. Who's behind organizing the strike?
We are. The workers. The union. We know what we need. What's right for us.
You mean there's no leader?
Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. Knows how to negotiate. He's got our back.
Is that yours? Point to the bottle and the spilt rum.
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, it's empty. Sorry about that, pal.
Well, I'll let you
The
sleep.
worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table, in sweet sleep.
Doesn't look that sweet. It's got no pillow.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
Perhaps he's on his way to where you came from. The primordial darkness. Why is the rum gone? Well, he drank it, so that's a start. The sign reads, Mess hall reserved for union members, doors open at 4 o'clock. This royal pinball machine is unplugged. There's a woman in a wheelchair here.
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
I think her voice has changed. In fact, her accent has changed. But she didn't have much to say originally, so that's fine. She nods towards the man in the orange bomber jacket. Right, we can't talk to Lena here until we talk to, this one. Yeah, Timey, I think Guanbush got that. He was just playing along.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You.
Welcome back, Kim.
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting.
They literally put a halo into his profile picture. Esprit de corps. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You were sure of this? But why? Hold on, who is he to me? He is your half-brother. So, this is the stupidest question I'm ever going to ask you guys. Do we shake Kim's hand? Holy shit, someone voted no. What sad fucker did that? Of course we're going to shake his hand.
Hello. I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name.
Inland Empire, this is your chance. Come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize. Alright, let's invent a name. Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go. It is not yet time.
Okay, then.
He processes the information and then disregards it. That check is fun because you actually, you kind of want to fail it. If you fail it, your character starts calling himself Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. Succeeding the check makes you realize that you shouldn't have done it in the first place.
It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
Oh, you mean him? Yeah, I just talked to him.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Yes, the police. I'm aware I'm a policeman.
Right. And the interviews?
He taps his foot, more out of habit than impatience. What interviews?
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface.
Oh.
Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district practice.
I haven't done that.
Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case.
Right.
Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
Dead body?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like dead bodies.
Sure. But did you take it down from the tree?
Look, man. Yeah?
Does that mean the body is no longer in the tree?
Completely.
Completely. Does that mean you took the body down from the tree?
No.
So, the body is still in the tree.
Empathy. This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
Yeah, that's a good idea! Physical instrument. What a shame. Get to it now. Rip that body down from the tree. Don't worry about the body. I'll rip it down.
After it's been up in a tree for that long, any kind of ripping is inadvisable.
How can you be so sure I'm from the police?
I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the Citizens Militia on your sleeve and on your back.
He points to your jacket.
I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside.
Ah.
I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
Inspectorate General?
Internal Affairs. And I'm not them. I'm from Criminal Investigation.
That's a good point, Sephiroth. I've got no fucking clue, but you can find out really quickly by starting a new game, I guess. You said insignia, these white rectangles, you mean?
Yes.
But they're just white rectangles.
They're not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job.
But shouldn't I have a badge or something?
You mean you don't have a badge?
I have my badge! I'm a policeman and I have my badge!
Oh, if you didn't have your badge, then that would be very bad. You would need to report it on my shortwave. But since you do have it, we can go straight to the task at hand.
What if I told you I'm not really a police officer?
We all feel that way sometimes. There is no such thing as a police officer, I'm afraid. What remains is that there is a dead body in the tree. Someone has to figure out who put it there. If we don't, no one else will. But first, we have to take it down.
But I can't remember anything.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse. If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern.
Pain threshold. Yep, painkiller would be good about now. This thing is pulsating with discomfort. Electrochemistry. The best cure for a headache is, of course, morphine. They won't have that, so cigarettes will have to do. What were we supposed to do again?
Talk to the manager. Then we go out back and take the body down.
Les roll.
After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. And we have lots of things. This is good.
Yes?
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
Literally anything about it. I can't remember a single thing.
Maybe you can tell me what you do know, to help me narrow it down a bit.
I know literally nothing about it, only what you told me before.
Do you want me to brief you?
Brief, yes, that sounds good.
3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Sorry, does the briefing say who the victim was?
A security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
I would say, Timey, that a good 40% of the reason why I'm doing this again is to hear every Kim line voiced by this guy. Abso-fucking-lutely. Who was the caller?
To find him or her is one of our tasks here. For now, all we know is that the tone was muffled, using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The Dock Workers Union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Hold on, and the RCM is?
That's us. The Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
And you can tell that they're a well-respected and authoritative police force considering their official name is Citizens Militia. Let me just make this perfectly clear. Our job here is to find the killer.
That's right.
I get 10 EXP for learning about the case. We can go over the
mean like a
preliminary
brief?
info
You
again,
want me
but
to brief you again?
we don't need it. I'll wing
There's
it.
no reason to wing anything. If you didn't get the brief, that's okay. I did. 3 days ago, the RC
And then he
during
repeats
that
it.
time. The victim
Mega
had been
cool, I've
stripped
heard
of it.
enough.
Okay then. Was there anything else you wanted to know?
Would you say this is a mysterious case?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
Why not?
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
Okay, so the case probably isn't mysterious, but could it be sexy?
There was some interest in this case at my station, but not for the reasons you have in mind. You seem to wish there was
Cut this boring stuff off immediately. You know what this case is about. Are you sure there's not some sex angle we should be considering?
Good point. Martinez is famed for its occult sex murder rites. We'll get on it immediately.
Rhetoric, the weary tone is the surest indicator that the lieutenant is being sarcastic. Wow, really? That's mega sexy.
No, not really. Was there anything else?
He's basically challenging you to sex it up with some lurid twist. Don't get right into it. Sit on it a bit, and then hit him with it. If we're from different precincts, why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
What?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
You know what I'm in on. Retrograde amnesia.
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
Cop-off?
It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
Oh, you should tell me now. It seems relevant.
Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
I have all I need for now.
Good.
Inland Empire, 28%. Convince Kim that there is a sexy dark mystery twist in the case. Should we give it a go?
What do you want to know?
We
Good.
could also, just hit that. Probably a fail, but it's a white check, so maybe. Ooh! What if you did it? Did what? The Hanged Man? Yes! You killed him! And then, as part of the plan, you drowned out the memory. It wasn't that you were horrified, you were just surprised by your own daring! Empathy. Maybe this is why your chest feels so hollow. You did an awful thing, and you can't even bring yourself to acknowledge it. Physical instrument. Are you sure you would have had the strength to take down a hardened mercenary? You're not in the best shape. Kim. I think I may be the murderer. I killed the man and then tricked myself into forgetting about it.
And what has led you to this conclusion?
My chest feels hollow, like I did something terrible.
That is a common side effect of overindulgence. It will pass.
So you're saying I didn't kill him?
I find that highly unlikely. It's not unusual for detectives to feel complicit in a crime until the perpetrator is apprehended, especially when the investigation is dragging. So let's get back to it, shall we?
Well, that was that. I think you should know that I can't remember anything.
No response. He just arches his brow.
I feel like I must repeat this. I don't remember anything. There was heavy drinking involved.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
Empathy, there is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs. What's wrong with personal affairs?
Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy.
The RCM deploys a self-styled structure called the Décomptage as its chain of command. Every lieutenant is responsible for 2 sergeants and 8 officers. That means the average lieutenant has to deal with quite a few personal affairs. Even you know this. So what should I concentrate on?
Try work. The case at hand. It can work miracles.
But I'm completely lacking in basic information about even this organization we're in. Can you help me?
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
I'm afraid this is a medical situation.
Really? You look fine to me.
I'm talking deep, neurological damage here. I saw myself in the mirror and had no idea who I was.
This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
It's not psychological. Some sort of major brain damage has occurred on an unprecedented scale.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted?
I want to talk about you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
We'll work better together if we have more rapport.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
You're wearing glasses.
That's correct.
Physical instrument. That makes him a binoclard. Completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself. So. Do we call him an in-universe slur, or do we not? Congratulations, chat, you have failed the fucking test. Whoop, 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 swinging back around. Kind of. Not really. Wow. 50% dickheads. I feel so good about my community. Yes, South Robin, I do. Glasses are cool.
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome.
Perception failure. You could use a good normal pair yourself. You don't look like other people around here.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
What is Seoul?
It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity, and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
You're only making it sound uninteresting. I still want to know more about Seoul.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière.
Seoul? Maybe, like, it's probably, they've probably taken the word from Seoul. But it's all, you know, fictional, different nations. Kim is a Korean name, but Kitsuragi isn't. Tell me a secret about yourself.
No.
Tell me a secret about yourself.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow.
What's happening to me?
Something the matter, detective?
Authority, legendary failure. What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands. Give up. There's nothing you can do.
The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
So that's not magic, that's not a supernatural event. What that is meant to tell you is that Kim's authority skill is so high that you just can't beat him when he puts his foot down or raises his eyebrow, as it were. Do you ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking, do you ever have conversations with, like, your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So how do you know?
What? Think? I do most of my work inside my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages.
Electrochemistry. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special. That's all for now.
Good. Let's change the subject.
You seem to be following me.
Excuse me?
What if I want to work this case alone?
Detective, if I may be frank, you seem to be in a deranged state. You have trouble remembering things. I cannot let you act in the name of the RCM without supervision until you've regained control of your faculties.
I know what the RCM is.
That's good.
But what if I need some me time?
Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery.
Actually, it's both.
You'll still have your evenings to yourself.
Okay, I'll leave the self-care for non-work hours.
Please do. We wouldn't want your regiment to spill over into the investigation.
Alright, that's everything from Kim for now. Let's do as he said and check in with Mr. Gart.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
The man with the unimpressive beard.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Lieutenant glances into his little notebook.
Yes.
He responds tersely.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
He looks to you, realizing he still doesn't know your name. What is gold and orange like a forest fire, but smells like liquor?
Are you kidding me?
No, man, help me out. What is gold and orange and smells like liquor?
It's you. It's obviously you. You smell like liquor. And you're orange.
See, everyone agrees it's your color scheme. We're on the right track with this name thing.
Is this what you get when you call the police now? We've been waiting for a week here.
Sir, I understand your concern, but we are here to do a job. And for us to do it, I need you to stay calm.
Yes, of course.
Takes a step back.
I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene, but it also took you a while to call us. It was you who placed the call, correct?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He looks behind a pile of coasters, finds a slip of paper, and hands it to the lieutenant. You task who made the call reporting the crime.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No. I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
And yet here you are.
I didn't imply that. Detective,
Yes?
I have everything. You?
He looks in his little notebook. Oh, you mean, do I have questions?
Yes, yes. He means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
The cafeteria manager is clearly agitated again. Where exactly is the body?
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
And how do we get there then?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
In other playthroughs, one of the skills didn't fire there, but the hole was created by me. Who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
Did you kill him?
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
Suddenly you tense up, blood being pushed to your muscles. You should hound him on this. Hound him hard, the prey drive says. Did you kill him, Gart?
No, I didn't.
You can tell me, Gart. You killed him, right?
I didn't. I don't appreciate this. What is this?
Why did you have to kill him, Gart?
Do I have to answer him? Is this mandatory?
The lieutenant stands motionless, his expression unreadable.
Did he hurt you? Is that why? Did you get some kind of sick kick out of killing him?
What are you, an idiot? I told you I haven't killed anyone.
Anyone? Have you killed someone else then?
He ignores you.
More. Press on. Push through. Did you kill Sylvie? Jesus Christ. That's a bit much. Should we do it? It's a good button to press when I don't want to feel guilty for my impulses. 60% wants to see what happens. Did you kill Sylvie?
Fuck you, man.
That's enough.
You can't tell who the remark is aimed at, you or Gart. You have not entirely convinced me.
That's a real pity.
Why did Sylvie go away?
She went away because none of your business.
This is the second time you've avoided the subject.
Oh my god, what is your obsession with this Sylvie person? Get over it.
That's all.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
Inland Empire. No one is saying the multi-patterned necktie you found tied to the ceiling can talk. No one. It must be merely imagination. But...
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
Oh, this voice actor is the best! So, we are a Motorix 1 character. Our savoir-faire is currently in the negatives, by the way. I don't actually want to do this, but I want to show you it, but I can't save. God damn it. I don't. I'd rather talk to him. It's very funny, though, if you fail this check. But I don't want to do it because, like, I'd rather talk to him. So I'm gonna veto that. But you should look it up, or you should do it yourself. If you slip away unnoticed and you succeed, it's actually quite smooth and cool. But if you slip away unnoticed and fail, it is spectacularly terrible. You've seen it, Timey. You've seen it happen to your character. Yeah, it's the one where he runs away. What's Rial?
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
He pronounces the R with a mock aristocratic accent. Encyclopedia. The IIR, or Intersolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means that you owe him some money. Do you mean some form of street cred?
No, you don't owe me street cred. You owe me money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
He points to the red ledger on the counter.
Who does that clown think he is? Arrest him!
Did I just hear my tie speak to me twice?
No one is saying that! No one is saying that Ty can talk! That would be ludicrous! It's just that you should arrest him! It would be wiser! He wants to take your money!
Great advice! I'm considering it. Give the tie an affirmative tug.
The lieutenant looks at you tugging on your garish tie. He puts his hand on your shoulder.
If you don't have the money, it's okay. None of us are in this for the wages.
What do I owe this place for?
Let's see.
He
3
dramatically...
nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages.
That comes up to 100, not 130.
Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar.
Oh.
You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money.
But what exactly is money?
What are you, a philosopher?
Actually, I might be.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room, or 8 bottles of potent blend, and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really.
Interesting. Where do I get it from?
Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think cops can take bribes.
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
Why do I need it?
For survival, to pay me. Unless you want to become a hobo. Do you want to become a hobo? There's nowhere else to stay in Martinez, and it's a cold spring outside. Money doesn't make you happy, but it lets you be unhappy for a while longer.
Oof.
If you run out of money, you die. It's like that for all of us. Me too. That's why I need you to pay me. I'm not an asshole.
3 or 4. Do we show him the money we found, or don't show him the money because it's mine? I'd go 3 myself just for the, is this money? I think that's a funnier exchange. And it won. Show him the coins. Is this money?
Yes, it is.
That's 10 plus 10 plus 20 equals 40. I'm now down to 90, right?
No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times smaller than the real. I'm not even going to take this. Come back when you have 130 real.
But that's horrible.
It is.
He stands silently looking at the coppers on the counter. Pick up the coins.
He demonstratively suppresses a world-weary sigh.
Right, 1, 2, and 3 are out. Do we move on? Or do we arrest him? Oh no. under arrest.
You can't arrest me. I haven't done anything.
You're not under arrest. Put him in his place. I don't know why I said that. I thought it's something a cop would say. Go on, chat. Give me an excuse to be an asshole. Holy shit. How many votes are we getting on these things? Doesn't really say. But that's pretty clear, huh? 58%. We might fail. We didn't. From the bottom of your blue soul, a term emerges. Refusal to aid an officer of the peace. You're impeding me from carrying out a murder investigation with your inane requests for money.
But it's not inane. You owe me money.
It is cruel of you. A man has been killed. File a request for compensation with Station 41. We need to work now.
Woo! Police corruption! Wait, no, don't say that in your stream. People quote you.
Okay, you'll only have to pay for the window and the drinks. That's 70. I'll get the rest from your stupid station.
There you go! It's down now! I have no memory of drinking them. I'm not paying for the drinks. Wait, which one's... Which one's worse here? Sorry, which one was more expensive? I think the window was 40. And the drinks were 30. I won't pay for the window.
Fine, I'll take it off the bill. You want to sleep in a post-apocalyptic shithole? Go ahead. But I'm not giving you another room.
Holy shit, I'm really working this down. Damn! Authority is quite a money saver and also makes you feel like a bad person, but it's just a video game, guys. I have no memory of drinking them. I'm not paying for the drinks.
The ledger does. The ledger has a memory. The drinks are non-negotiable. There's no way your station will pay for them.
Alright, so now we'll pay him 30 real. That's fine. That's fair. Yeah? But we still owe him something. Goodbye and thank you for your cooperation, sir.
Don't thank me. You still owe me 30 for the drinks. If you don't have it by tonight, I'm not letting you back up there.
Are you sure about that, South Robin? Because Kim helped me. When I pushed Gart there, Kim helped me.
That's enough now, sir. Good day.
Encyclopedia. By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. Do I even have one? Yeah, but you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. Far away? In time or space? Both. That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money, though. Do we trace the way back to our house, or do we live in a dumpster, I don't care, fuck everything hobo cop? We'll make things right with Kim, it's fine. Hobo cop! Entertain the thought when you get the time. Maybe being a hobo and a cop has its advantages. So, here's the thought cabinet. This is fun, but it's also frustratingly limited. We have... Oh, that's interesting. No, we do have to unlock. Okay. I thought I had 6 unlocked to start with, but it's still only 3. You get thoughts, and they're little role-playing things. You ruminate on them for a certain amount of time. Usually they debuff you during the research time, but then they buff you once it's finished and it becomes permanent. And as you can see, there's absolute shitloads. But you can only have 12. Don't be a hobo cop? Why not? A cop and a hobo. A hobo cop. Upsides, can be disheveled, doesn't have to wash, carries himself with a lurched gusto. Hobo cop doesn't need anyone or anything. No one can kick you out because you don't have a home. Never pay rent again. Never again hear, "You're drunk! Why did you even come here, Harry? Go home! You're embarrassing yourself!" Downsides, are there any? I mean, seriously, give me one. Don't be a hobo because we're some kind of superstar. I think we can be both. I don't think those are exclusive. And if they are, that's a change. Yeah, we can be a superstar hobo. We can be Joe Gould, but a cop. So we lose some composure because we're ungainly and rambling, which is a shame. Not as bad as our savoir-faire being -1, though. Our composure sits at 1. Asshole authoritarian superstar hobo. I'm probably gonna ease up on the authoritarian stuff. It's just... having played this before, I really hate paying Gart money. So, I kind of wanted to use it there because I don't like paying Gart money. And I knew that it worked to lower it quite a bit. So, I gamed it a little bit there, and I'm not sorry. Sorry, Gart.
Can I help you?
By the way, I'm going to sing karaoke here.
Absolutely out of the question.
Inland Empire absolutely in the question. First, we find a sad banger, then we sing this place to shit! I've seen something here at the Whirling, Gart. A thing I need to talk about.
What thing?
I saw a sign that said the mess hall is reserved for the Union.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction.
He tosses his head in disdain.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
I've heard that people like that.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
He gives you a meaningful nod. How do we find them?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
Gart, I saw a sign that said I couldn't go into the kitchen. Why can't I go into the kitchen?
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business.
Maybe I am a cook.
You're not. You're a menace. Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the real cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business.
I wanna see some of the others here. But I'm really hungry!
And want me to make an exception for you? You're not even a hostile guest till you pay your outstanding bills.
I would argue that I am a hostile guest while I'm not paying my bills.
Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. What are you, a cook now?
I have a search warrant.
No, you don't.
How did you know?
If you had a warrant, you'd be shoving it in my face right now.
Crosses his arms.
Besides, the RCM doesn't do search warrants. I know the law. You'll just have to wait for the kitchen to open. If you have to get in there, which you don't. What are you, a cook now? He wasn't pan-fried, he was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have to do with...
He changes his mind.
Fine, okay. What?
Oh, anyway. You feel you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the Whirling later. Goodbye. So that was Gart. One other person. We can now have a proper conversation with her. I'm going to take a quick break, though, to empty my air conditioner because it's getting too hot in here. And my air conditioner is full, so it's not doing its job. So I'll be back in a minute. Alright, hello, hello. One temptation you have to is to play the game as straight and boringly as possible. Boring Cop is one of the personality settings in this game. We don't have the list yet. Later on there'll be a list of things you can be, and Boring Cop is one of them, and there is an achievement for being incredibly boring. Yes. I don't know that you'd have much fun doing it, though, because it sounds, not to put too fine a point on it, boring.
Hello again, sweetie. I see you've met up with your colleague.
She looks at the lieutenant.
The lieutenant nods politely.
Who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer.
I'm no sweetie, look at me.
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
She sounds very different from how she used to. Dimple or not, I am a bitter man. The years have taken their toll.
Take heart, officer. You're still a man in your prime. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself.
She slaps herself on the forehead.
I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
Her eyes glitter over the rims of her glasses as she looks up, smiling. Esprit de corps. This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot. You seem to be in a chair.
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion. A grenade? Did you fight in a war?
No, dear. I'm not quite that old. Although I was injured in the line of duty.
Were you a mountaineer?
Nothing so glamorous, dear. Though when I was young, I dreamt of planting the Revacholian flag on some figurative peak.
A doctor is a physician, Timey, if that's where you're getting confused. A paraplegic is exactly as Encyclopedia said. What did you do then?
I was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding mail-order shoe company. You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and, well, once I happened to be under some faulty scaffolding. I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays.
Indeed. I'm sorry, it was rude of me to mention the wheelchair. Let's move on. Timey, yeah, I wouldn't say that this particular community is full of people who would understand XQC references.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway.
How would you like to roll with me?
Whatever do you mean?
I want you to be my wheelchaired partner in fighting crime, ridding backyards of corpses, catching sequence killers.
Sequence killers? Oh my. But I think you already have a partner, sweetie.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
I know, but there are also side mysteries. Sequence killers and forays into the paranatural.
I can assure you, with absolute certainty, there are no sequence killings taking place in Martinez.
Now, gentlemen, no need to squabble. I wouldn't be of much use to you anyway, sweetie.
Why, 3 heads are better than 2.
Thank you, but Martinez isn't the most wheelchair-accessible place, you see. I'd slow you down, perhaps another time.
She turns back to you with a hopeful glint in her eyes. I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know where I am, or what I'm doing, or anything.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
I drank so hard I forgot literally everything.
My. You know where we are, right?
We're dead. Haunting each other. We're ghosts. Actually, where are we, guys? Are we in the Whirling in Rags cafeteria, a seedy hotel, a war zone at the edge of the world, or ghosts? Even split here. We're either in a seedy hotel or a war zone at the edge of the world. I'll go with the seedy hotel.
A seaside hostel called the Whirling in Rags, to be precise. And the Whirling itself is in Revachol.
Honestly, I don't know diddly squat about Revachol. What kind of place is this?
How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days.
Pause as she studies your expression. You must look quite lost.
Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
It's a bad year in my late 40s or 50s. I don't even know how old I am.
There. The year is 51, and spring has only just started. I'm sure there are better days ahead.
The lieutenant studies you, rubbing his chin.
I'm beginning to suspect that you might indeed be completely adrift in this reality, thinks the lieutenant. How can it be that bad? Never mind. We're in this now. Shivers. Outside, the melting snow seeps into the cracks in the walls and the cobblestone streets, all the way down into the sewers. Above ground, the first maybells blossom. You can feel it. A great cold. Then the shiver passes.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Some kind of democracy, maybe. I'd like to think it's the dictatorship of the proletariat, but something tells me it's not. Our leaders are fierce warriors who traverse the plains on steeds. Civilization cowers before us. We are governed by intelligent machines that perform calculations to determine the freest market. Everyone hustles and grinds like a bad-ass visionary. Radios are being used to control people's minds and distort our perception of reality, concealing our true masters, foreigners and women. COP. We are living under the COP regime. Well, Communist won the Discord poll. So, dictatorship of the proletariat.
Oh, sweetie. It's really not. There used to be people who thought that way. Other people who wanted those things, but they all went extinct. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own, and certainly no dictatorship of the proletariat.
But they still have cops. If there's no government, how come there's cops?
Oh dear, this is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged. What's the revolution you mentioned?
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago.
What does that have to do with there not being any cops?
It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better.
So how did I do?
You didn't do too well, dear. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality, in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Who could tell me more?
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
She turns to the lieutenant.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
So, do we ask her for money or do we leave? 1, 2, and 3 are null votes. They don't count. But 4 and 5. Do we ask her for money or do we leave? I know, South Robin, but the nice people are being outnumbered. Sweetie needs money. Do sweeties get money?
Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
You got guns of steel and a chiseled jaw somewhere under the bloated alcohol layer. Maybe she'd like to sponsor you? I was hoping you could be my sponsor.
Oh, I'm sure you would make a wonderful gigolo, dear, with those strong arms of yours, but welfare checks aren't all they cracked up to be. My husband and I are barely scraping by.
Electrochemistry. She's not really lusting after those biceps, man. It's more like an appraisal you give to a healthy specimen. What is a paycheck? I haven't seen any paychecks.
You must be joking. Although our pay does sometimes feel like a joke.
It's not easy to assert your right to a decent living wage when you don't have a strong union behind you. Maybe you should talk to Everard, the union leader.
Red check. Suggestion 2. 42%. Tug on the heartstrings. Your deportment remains dignified as you shed a single manly tear. It isn't easy for me to ask this of anyone, but I am at the end of my rope. Any money you have could help me.
Sweetie, I only have a few cents on me, but I could give you this to pawn. Just to tide you over.
She unfastens a gold commemorative pin from her left jacket pocket and drops it into her palm. Wait. This doesn't feel good. What have you given me? Is that sentimental? I'm not fucking pawning that.
Wonderful. He has a pin.
The pin is round and slightly tarnished. 3 sailboats in bas-relief with the sun hovering over the water behind them. A chipped green banner at the bottom reads, St. Baptiste Summer 31. Dinghy races. What is to pawn?
It's easy. You bring a valuable item to a pawnbroker, who then gives you money for it. You can get it back later for a slightly larger sum if it hasn't been sold, but you never end up doing that anyway.
Where can I pawn the pin?
Cross the plaza and follow the road along the coast. Down by the water, there'll be a shack nestled against an old stone facade. That's the pawn shop. An old friend of my husband's goes there often. He says the owner is quite helpful.
High Priest, did you vote for Ask Money? I promise I'll buy it back for you once I have more money. In fact, I'm hoping I can give it back. I don't know, maybe you can't. But if they let you give it back to her, I will. And I won't actually pawn it. Because I can get 30, it's fine.
Oh, it's not an ancient family heirloom or anything, but I suppose it would be nice to get it back.
About your pin. Can I just give it back to her now?
I hope you were able to pawn that old trinket.
That's funny because we haven't actually left the conversation. I've decided not to pawn it. You should have it back. Maybe. What does the chat think? Do we give the woman her thing back? Oh, come on, guys. Jesus Christ. Well, my vote is that we do, so 50% of you can suck it.
Oh, thank you, dear. I confess I am glad to see it again.
Even the lieutenant seems happy with this turn of events.
Now, what else, sweetie?
We made it better! Gotta get going now.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
I think that gave us Kim points too, so that would have been worth doing. She gives you a small wave. Okay. Got a reality lowdown. Find out who was in the union box. Delicious sea? Please don't drink the ocean, it's bad for you, but thank you for the follow. If it was meant to be porn timey, probably not. Alright, we're finally leaving the Whirling in Rags. Two hours into the gameplay, we're finally leaving the Whirling in Rags. Welcome to Martinez. Shivers. All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting. What am I doing? Looking up at the sky. Cold water dripping from your hair. What do I see? Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world. How does it feel? Your shirt sticks to your chest. The shoulders of your disco blazer grow heavy. The cold finds its way in under your skin. You shiver and the city shivers with you. What's in the west? Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinez with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet. Beyond the Bay of Revachol, ghosts rise into the sky. Who are you, ghosts? The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Inland Empire. Will you ever go there? Will I? No. You are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinez every day. What is down the shore? Urban coastline, rain dripping off eternite-covered roofs, cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction, a defunct research and development building once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water. And beyond that, Coal City, end of all lines. Run your fingers through your dampened hair. Your hair is an oily mess, flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance. What's in the east? The great gates of the industrial harbour are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide. Clench your teeth to stop shuddering. Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates. Red and blue metal shipping containers slick with rain. The greater Revachol industrial harbour is an artificial mountain range. Immense wealth resides within, and immeasurable poverty in its shadow. And beyond that, La Dricienne, King Drisa's passenger harbour. Cruise ships flanked by dock arms, cranes watching over the mouth of the river distributary. What's across the distributary? Curon, the lower middle class. Distributary after distributary cuts the city blocks in half. 7-story buildings trail off into the rain. What is beyond the Curon? A silvery curtain of rain over the houses. The class divide. What's in the north? Cape-side apartments, tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapsed from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. And closer to here? A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a dead man's feet. He swings from a tree, bloated. Droplets of rain slip from his cold cheeks. There he is. We're zoomed out so you can't see him very well, but that's the tree. That's the body. And that is a child throwing stones at the body. We'll be speaking to him soon. What's in the south? A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised. What's on the other side? The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows
I never
melt
affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
in Jamrock. What is Jamrock? Revachol is the capital of the world. Jamrock is the capital of Revachol. Droplets form on your eyelashes. Inland Empire. It's home. Where the hood? Where the hood? Where the hood at? Have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at? Why am I not there? To be in Martinez, where no one goes. At the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal in the whitest part of town. In the shadow of the day the revolution failed. What am I doing here? Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland. Shudder. Look further. In the rain-swept distance above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Esprit de corps. Satellite Officer Jean Vicmer rushes down the precinct stairs, umbrella in hand. It's unopened. He doesn't seem pleased about the spring rain. On the bridge, Officers Torson and McLean are standing guard. Torson wears jeans and a fishnet wife-beater. Satellite Officer Vicmer passes by, and the young man remarks to him,
"Where's your homo, homie?"
What?
It's not like that. They're what is called heterosexual life partners. They have a battle-tested relationship. A brother-bond, if you will.
Huh? Yeah.
He opens his umbrella, but the wind immediately turns it inside out. Where's your homo homie? And here I was, having a serious, contemplative, reflective moment, delivering all of the Shivers lines with as much melancholic pathos as I could muster, and whatever attempt to capture something artistically straight-faced is just obliterated by the line, "Where's your homo homie?" Fucking hell.
Sexual life partners.
Thanks, Mac.
Funny apery. Male-centric workplace humor. Have you seen him?
Vicmer struggles with his umbrella, the ribs are protruding from its canopy.
Is there something wrong?
No, nothing. It's just... Judith went to his place and found the Monday mail unopened. I think he's still there. You didn't, drink with him over the weekend, did you?
Not the best actor here? Much like High Priest?
That would be irresponsible.
With that animal? Never again, man. What is he, still down there? In, south of the interchange? What was it?
In Martinez. He's in Martinez.
Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink. What's above? Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears. Motherfucker!
This rain will not let up anytime soon. You should get a raincoat. There's a freight to the east. They sell them there.
So that... If my Shivers was 1, we get none of that. That's the beauty of this game and the subtle differences that happen based on your skill layout. It's not a game in which... It's not a super, branching narrative where a whole bunch of different things happen in every playthrough. It's really not. You're going to get a similar ending, but the journey is written differently. You think differently. You don't change the game. You don't change the people around you. I mean, your actions can have impact, but you're designing your character. That entire section is not in your game if you never raise your Shivers and up high enough for it to be triggered. That's true. There's a small chance. There's always a small chance. In fact, there's always a small chance at this height that it wouldn't have triggered. You're not wrong. But you probably. So, here we are. I can't do a poll for this because it's not a dialogue option, but what would you like for us to do first? We can go to Kim's car and talk to the police, who we just heard there, or we can go straight to the body. Straight to the body, or check in with our cop friends. Press 1 for body, press 2 for bastards. Get a raincoat first? There are bottles inside. You could pick them up if you had a bag. Actually, no, I don't think the bag's there. Hang on, let me see if I can find the bag. I want the bag. I know that the bag is this way. I'm just going to ignore everything until I get the bag. There it is. It's right there. Your bag is your moneymaker, so... This is a yellow plastic bag. Equip this. And you can collect tear or tarry from the streets. Now, every bottle can be clicked on. Here's some. That is 10 cents worth, and we can turn it in. The things I've seen and said, nothing I can't do. I'm the job for every man. Listen, boy, I don't start trouble, I fix it. I've been kicked out every joiner ever shot. Come on, the night's still young. It's 10 in the morning. That's my song, that's a... Ah, shit. Music's my life, man. Better watch your mouth around me, boy. Sorry, better mouth your watch around me, boy. Anyway, we'll explore all of this later. Measure head first? Nah, maybe, but not right now. No worries, Timey. Sleep well. What's that? Some great tectonic force has cracked the pavement like an eggshell. Interesting, we can't click on these bottles, but we can get them. It's also there is a small mailbox here. This post-l'aventurière mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front. How are we going to treat the mailbox? Go on, have a vote. Why do you guys hate the mailbox? Fuck you, mail delivery box. Kick it. There is a hollow, saddened ring as you kick the L'Aventurier mail collection box. It sounds betrayed, in disbelief even. Your toe has suffered damage. It hurts!
Cool. You really showed that mail collection box.
The lieutenant nods approvingly. Rub your toe. You think so? You think it was cool?
I don't. Let's go.
Good mail delivery box. Pat the box. The mail collection box has no faith in your psychopathic manipulations. No, that's good. That's good. They shouldn't let you get away with that. They should not let you get away with that. That's exactly right. Good shit, video game. A heap of snow melts in this wheelbarrow. I'll talk to her, and then I'll go to the body. The street sign reads, "Fuck the police!" Pigs go home! The street name is illegible. Closed for winter, please use main entrance. Goods from the lorry haphazardly litter the surroundings.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
You sound surprised.
We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all.
I have some questions for you.
Of course. What can I help you with?
We need directions.
Of course. Where to?
I'm looking for a dead body.
Oh, that's right there, in the yard.
She's relieved someone has come for it, finally. Where am I?
What do you mean?
I'm a bit disoriented. This is Revachol, right?
Yes, sir. District of Martinez. This intersection is called Roundabout North.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
The lieutenant seems uncomfortable with the level of disorientation you are displaying. What is up in the north?
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really.
What's in the east?
The harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics.
Ha! I mean,
a fleet
sure.
store, too. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably.
What is on the other side of the canal?
Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago.
Shivers. Rows of stalls under a broad roof where silvery fish were heaped on newspapers. Water, water everywhere, pouring from the heavens in the shadow of the old church. What kind of a fish market is this?
I don't know. The abandoned kind? It used to gather every spring, but there's nothing to do there now. Just drug addicts.
Hey, drug addicts are still people. What is in the west?
It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach.
Thanks. That's all for
No
now.
problem.
Who are you exactly?
Me? I am just a gardener.
Cool, and what are you doing here?
I'm working.
On what?
I have a greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to get some work done.
But...
Well, as you already know, there's a corpse there, hanging from a tree. It smells pretty bad, so I have to take breaks.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up. You can get to work soon.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. My head is about to explode from all the salts I've had to inhale.
What is this fuck the police business?
Excuse me?
She doesn't understand. She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning. This street sign, it says fuck the police.
Oh. Well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here.
What about the other sign? Pigs go home. Who are these pigs?
I don't know anything about that either. As I said, I didn't write it.
Pig is a widely used term for members of the police. It's not loving, says your encyclopedia.
No need to worry. We are not saying you did.
Okay. Well, I didn't.
She leans back, shoulders relaxing. I gotta run.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
She wipes her brow with the canary yellow glove. Inland Empire. Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with, after all. One more thing. Can I borrow your gloves?
Sure. Keep them. I have another pair.
She hands you the rubber gloves with no visible annoyance. Really? None. Maybe just a tiny bit of annoyance. Thank you. And we have our yellow gardening gloves, which will increase our interfacing skill. And might help us up here. Rue de Saint-Guilain 8B. We don't need to hit that intercom yet, though it is an interesting thing. We'll hit it eventually. Here we are. Here's the body. There are some things that we're failing to notice here. We could examine that fence if our motoric skills were better. We could also examine footprints if our motoric skills were better. This kid's ladder is rickety, but still climbable. Someone is trying to grow herbs in this greenhouse. Ooh, maybe we are going to notice something. No. The ladder's for kids. Wouldn't hold the weight of a grown man. Yeah, definitely. We got 20 cents, and we have magnesium. Very nice. This winch mechanism has been oxidizing for some years. I don't believe we can... I always get confused here. That is the upper floor of this building, but because of this section here, it sort of looks like you can walk there, but you can't. This is meant to be higher up. You can see it, I'm just an idiot. Alright, so we have our body. We have that there. We have the letter R wears a crown. On the ribbon below, a light above descending. More soon to be made into money. So we have our dead body, and we have these two kids. And then we have the rubbish bin there. Let's talk to this kid first. Unless Kim has anything new to say now that we're standing here.
Yes?
No.
Kuno's got this.
So, Kuno's voice actor has changed. And I am deeply upset about it because he doesn't sound nearly as fun as he used to. At least my teensy first impression. The boy throwing rocks at the dead body can't be older than 12.
Oh yeah, nappa gumpy, Kuno!
Her voice has not changed. Yells the other kid behind the fence. Hey kid, a word. Police business.
Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
The children ignore you.
Love it in the dick.
Stop using slurs at my crime scene. That's not how we do it.
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
So Disco Elysium does a strange thing with the word, the F slur, the one that is anti-gay. The characters will use it, but it will always automatically censor itself, which some people don't like. Personally, I'm cool with that because I'd rather not have that kind of word thrown around in my Twitch stream, even by the video games. So if the self-censoring was optional, I would still play with it on. I'm not like I'm sort of. Most slurs don't target me, so I'm not the arbiter of when and how they can be used. However, in the concept, like in the context of fiction, if a character who is meant to be vulgar and obscene uses vulgarities and obscenities and speaks in offensive ways, and that text uses that as if to say, hey, look, this is bad, he shouldn't be saying that stuff, this is to show that he is bad, then I don't blame the writers of the text, right? But at the same time, I'm glad it's censored for the sake of my Twitch stream. That's the beginning and end of my take on that. Electrochemistry. Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about. Juicy what now? I mean drugs! The kid's on drugs.
Yeah, Kuno! Ride the lightning, Kuno!
Oh boy.
Kuno's riding it, see?
He wipes sweat from his brow and sends another rock flying.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
That line is so much worse! The original Kuno had a much higher pitch, and it's, like, grating, but it's also excellent. He's like, the fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener! It was better. It was fucking better, and they've ruined him, and I hate it. Physical instrument. Goddamn right he's not a gardener. He's an athlete. Every rock connects, making the battered corpse look just a little bit worse for wear. You got a good hand, kid.
What? You wanna fuck Kuno now?
No.
That's it? That's all you've got? No! Got your ass handed to you by the Kuno?
He's swaying from side to side like a vicious rooster.
Who's the man now, huh? Kuno's the man? You wouldn't believe the pussy Kuno tears up.
Kid is working himself up.
What was that, Kuno?
Nothing, see, nothing. Just slicing some bacon.
Okay. That's good. That's good. Kim, what should we do?
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces.
What forces?
You will see.
Are you kids siblings?
The fuck are you talking about?
He throws another rock.
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're fucking each other!
Kid, you want to hang out? I'm not an arc.
Fuck no! Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fucking entrapment shit.
Good vocab on you, Kuno. I have some questions for you.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
Show me what you got! The body, what do you know about it?
Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
Kim, help me out here. What do we want to know?
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
Do you know who he was?
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno
Oh.
uses the fuck imp for target practice.
Physical instrument. End of conversation. Very strong. You should be this stoic. Do you know how it got up there?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
So you didn't see it happening?
You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Where did you go then?
I don't know. Some fucking...
He looks around trying to come up with something. Where did you go? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Kuno?
Mesco, or I don't know, some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
Really? You were in Cyberpunk? My fucking condolences, buddy.
Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant.
Have you seen anyone suspicious around?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
But yeah, God, it's so disappointing to not only do we not get to hear the original Kuno do all these lines, but also we've lost him. We don't even get the original Kuno's original lines, because if you swap to classic voiceover, they've still changed the ones that stay. It's dead. He's gone. The only way to listen to the original Kuno voice lines is to watch an old Let's Play. Or I guess go into Steam and fucking backdate your version. Version? Backdate your virgin. That sounds really, really horrendously euphemistic of something I don't want to think about. So, backdate your version. You know, you can do that on Steam. You know, like, go back, yeah. I apologize. I did not mean to say that. That sounds weird, and it was just a flub of the tongue.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno.
Yeah, okay, that's, yeah. That is not censored because I guess, it's in a different language, so it doesn't count. Personally, I think they should have pshed that as well. More on this later. Right now, let's talk about something else.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
I didn't know you had any to begin with, buddy.
Get lost.
About the crime scene, do you kids often play in this yard?
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
Did you ever climb that ladder?
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed.
So you would say the ladder is unclimbable?
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno. Don't climb it, Kuno.
What's in the greenhouse over there?
Dunno. Kipta's gardener used to work there.
Sorry, the gardener used to work there?
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off.
Oh.
Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno.
He fills his lungs with the rancid air and his eyes get a little watery. What do you mean by kipped?
Look it up in the library. Kuno's not a fucking dictionary. Fucking small brain. Kuno means the gardener, alright?
Yeah, so this kid is basically Timey a few years ago. What you mean the young woman by the whirling in rags? That gardener?
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
He looks you in the eye and nods as if agreeing with himself. Rhetoric. Yeah, her. I might have questions later, but for now let's talk about something else.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Spits over his shoulder and looks back up at you. I gotta ask, who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
The boy points to his chest with both thumbs. Kuno. Primal. Violent. Kuno. Sounds like something you'd call a rabid dog.
Yeah, think about it. Think about that rabid Kuno shit.
Watch out, Kuno. He's trying to fiddle you. He's gonna put his hands on you.
The thing behind the fence starts squealing, shrill and violent like a fire alarm.
Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
The sound gets louder as the child shouts at the windows overlooking the yard. I remember when I first went through this scene on stream and I was terrified because I thought it was going to keep getting worse.
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Just answer the questions.
Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
I mean, it does get quite a bit worse, but eventually it stops getting worse.
Pigs in aim, Kuno! Somebody, please!
It's full blast now. The wind carries the message far and wide across Martinez. Bullshit! See, this again. Old Kuno could have delivered that bellow in a way that I believe what's being said here, but that was weak. Half-Light. Look at his shit-eating grin. He knows there's nothing you can do to him. He's bullying you and you are helpless. Kill him. Kill him now. He won't see death coming. Jesus, that's a bit intense, but we have a pretty good chance for the shut him down here. I have never succeeded this. Granted, this will only be my third try, but I'm looking... I think hitting these won't stop us from being able to punch him, though. What is this sick charade?
No! Get off, Kuno, you sick fat fuck!
This is why we should have gotten the gun before we came here? Whoa! I don't think you can, though. Like, the gun takes days. It would be really awkward to just ignore the body for, like, the 3-4 days it takes to go do that shit, right? Whew. The boy screams, his freckled face contorted in hideous, uncontainable laughter. Who put you up to this?
No one. Kuno's doing this because he likes it, pig.
Authority. This is where Kuno establishes dominance over you.
Help! The pig's gagging him! Kuno can't speak!
Someone put you up to this.
You put him up to this yourself when you decided to talk to him in the first place.
The man makes a point.
Listen to your friend.
Kuno hawks a loogie on the ground. The phlegm is yellowish and bubbling somehow. Did Gart put you up to this?
Kuno owns the fat ass. Help! The RCM is trying to fuck Kuno!
He looks around and yells from the top of his lungs. Are you high right now?
Help! Misters, help!
He prances around, eyes bulging out of their sockets, rolling hard, yelling at the windows. Rolling super hard.
He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't help Kuno now, it'll be too late!
Alright. 72% chance. I'm feeling good about it, but I have never passed this check. Shut him down. Yes! Maybe I shouldn't be so excited about punching a 12-year-old in the nose. Thump! The blow connects surprisingly well, leaving your knuckles tingling. Pain threshold. Kuno feels it. This was no light tap.
What?
The disoriented 12-year-old is trying to get his bearings. I think we can have a normal conversation right now. Am I right, Kuno?
Officer, this is very far from normal police conduct. Get yourself together.
Esprit de corps, for heaven's sake, he thinks. This has gone too far. Don't make this any worse than it is. Just get back to questioning the kid.
Okay, pig.
He's no longer wearing his demonic grin. Something happened. The punch made him calmer.
Kuno knows to respect that violent shit. You should see Kuno's dad. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything.
He declares with pride.
The creature behind the fence has fallen ominously silent. Only her eyes are alive, jumping from actor to actor.
Okay, pig. Talk to Kuno. We're back in this shit. The fuck do you want?
So normally, if you... I don't know what happens if you don't choose that check, but normally if you fail that check... I think the next time I play this, I'll just not attempt it, because I've never tried that, because I've always wanted to see what happens if you actually hit him. Because if you fail, you basically miss the punch, and then you knock yourself over. And Kuno pisses himself laughing at you, shames you, and then refuses to talk to you unless you make him an offering, which means you need to go get him smokes or something. And so you get a quest to go and give something to Kuno, or else he'll just never speak to you. But I imagine if you refuse to engage, he'll probably want something as well, and that the only way to get through to him is punching him in the face, which is not the most, you know, respectable thing to do, but works. So you respect me now.
You're dreaming, pig. That's not how this shit works.
A little, but don't expect anything to change.
Don't let him dominate you, Kuno. Fuck his fat ass.
I'd like to discuss the body again, Kuno.
The fuck about it? You're testing.
Okay, nothing new there.
Yeah.
We don't actually have
whatever.
anything new.
Kuno doesn't give a shit.
So basically, yeah, you get to ask him the questions before that, and then once you get that check, you're just unlocking the ability to go back and ask him again, or if you've got more things. Should we try the empathy check? Figure out what's going on with this kid? It's unlikely to succeed, but it's a white check, so if we fail now, we can always try again later in the story. So let's see. Let's see if we can figure Kuno out early. Probably not, but maybe. Nah. Empathy failure. He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time, too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful. Kuno, you must have seen all kinds of things throwing stones here. Want to help the RCM bust a murderer?
Fuck no! What are you? Fucking mentally handicapped?
Snip, is it just me? Or does new Kuno kind of sound like Steven? But, you know, less polite.
Kuno, they've almost made you a snitch now.
Ease off, see? Kuno always takes the bullet over the hammer.
He nods, big boy style, incredibly proud of himself. Alright, fuck this, I'm out.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
So this is the real shit. Whenever you talk to Kuno, and this is one of the voice lines back in the old game, and this is the famous Kuno line. Whenever you talk to Kuno, like just as a, other than the first time, his opening line is always a fantastically screeched, "Fuck does Kuno care?" This is it now.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Boom, boom, ba boom. Wah.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
It's so bad! I cannot believe they put that in the game. It is so bad! Like, could they not have sat this actor down and locked him in the room and not let him out until he got the screech right? I mean, I don't expect it to be the same line if you've changed the VO. That's fine. But my God! It's just awful. I'm sorry. I love this game, but... And I would have been fine with it if we'd never known any better, but we did know better and you took it from us and it sucks.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Yeah, the inflection's wrong too.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Yeah, well, fuck you, buddy. Let's speak to the other one.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think.
That's correct, Deflex. Yeah, it wasn't the best, but shame. Come a little bit closer.
Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
She means it. The fear is real. I just want to ask you some questions.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
What are those strange words you use, girl?
I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing here. Get the fuck out of here.
Like, that's all right. Sometimes he gets it. Like, he's not terrible. It's just that he misses the mark a bit.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Hey, kid.
What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face. You got done. Talk to me.
I'll die before I... Murder was the case they gave me.
She's almost vanished behind the fence. Only the top of her hat remains.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
You there, behind the fence.
You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
You'll see this. You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence. Alright. We'll do the body next and we'll do the rubbish last.
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath.
Look down, don't look them in the eye.
A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in, even through your clenched nostrils.
God, what is that? Why is it so bad?
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He raises a white piece of linen to his nose.
He's about to blow. Cop's gonna blow, Kuno.
I think someone is judging, actually, Kim. Endurance, legendary. 28%. Let go of your nose without throwing up. Fuck me! Alright! You're not supposed to win that first one! Shit! Alright, I guess, unfortunately this means that we're going to skip a bit of content here, because you're supposed to fail that, and you eventually get told to get your shit together, and then you have a thought called volumetric shit compressor, which is about getting your shit together. It's alright to skip it, it's, you know, it's funny, but Disco Elysium, we're going to miss some stuff. It's just the way the game goes. It's a good reason for you to play it on your own sometime. But because endurance is a good skill of ours, we're doing well. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it. Your muscles tense up, the vision in your dead angle darkens. You feel the sudden urge to push your hand into his soft gut. Do they always do that?
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
Step closer.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
The more I listen to this narrator, the less I like the way he reads. He's just so static, he keeps pausing in odd spots. It's almost like they've cut and pasted him together. I know they haven't, but it sounds like they have. I'm glad I've turned him off. Obviously, sometimes he plays anyway, but... Inspect the boots.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them.
Like, what the hell was that emphasis on to? Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. Much fucking better! Inland Empire. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you. Out of place, somehow. Logic. These are clearly not boots. They're armor. Possibly part of a larger set. These aren't just boots, are they? This is the armor he was stripped of.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Anybody else just get metal music in their head? Then the RCM arrived! No. With his notebook under his arm, the lieutenant crouches to inspect the soles. What kind of armor is this exactly?
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be.
Where?
Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
Where's the rest of it? Scavenged by the locals?
Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these pieces. The armor could yield information. Maybe he'll know something.
Maybe. Pain threshold. If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal coil. Why? Does my mortal coil need protecting? Yes, bullets will fly. They always do. And the coil is fleshy and mush and permeable. Casted in ceramic shell. Resist death. Well, maybe he was just wearing these boots and there is no rest of the armor.
No, he must have worn something precious underneath his clothes. They've removed all his clothes to get to it. They did not just strip him for the putrid rags.
The discoloration makes it look like he's wearing an outfit, but yeah, no, he's wearing underpants because they don't want to show a dick in this game, but otherwise it's the boots and nothing else. Where are these clothes? Have you seen any around?
Someone could have cleaned the yard, but that's a question for the red hat thing.
I hear you, cop, talking shit about the Kuno. Come here and say it to Kuno's face.
Fuck you, Kuno.
You wanna fuck me, huh? You wanna fuck the Kuno?
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, OG Kuno? What if they told him to strip before they hung him? To demean him?
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre. the Mazda, the Besmerties, and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Is La Puta Madre the mother bitch? Is that what that means?
What? Are you trying to ignore me now, fuckface?
The mother whore. Right.
Kuno, this boots shit is super boring, and the guy's a total Victopaz.
Snip, could you translate that for me? I don't want to say it out loud, because if it came out of her mouth, it's probably not nice. The material looks out of place here.
It is. It's expensive.
The lieutenant draws a line in the condensation on the ceramic with his index finger. Fuckhead! Okay.
We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
How much are we talking about?
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Ka-ching, baby!
By catching, do you mean let's not log them as evidence? Let's steal them?
No, that's not what I meant.
Of course.
What if it is what I meant? How could this man afford such expensive hardware?
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay.
Initial report?
Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
These look pretty advanced for a security guard.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
Knock on the boot.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
Suddenly your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch. Punch it harder.
Your fist connects to the boot with the same ding. The sound does not appear to get louder.
Did you hear that? A click?
Yeah, like dice rolling.
This is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads the incoming energy horizontally, from plate to plate. When the plates connect, there's a click. That's the sound you heard. See these lines?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether.
Inland Empire, like the scales of some ancient white monster, cracked and pearly. Pull the boot off. This feels dangerous. Are you sure? I don't know. Are we sure? We're very sure. Oh, nope, not as sure anymore. $75.25. Grab the boot under the arm.
The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop!
The lieutenant's voice is sharp. He looks at you with the boot under your arm.
Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
What? Oh, this is a bad idea, isn't it?
You're going to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Do what?
Pull his head off. There's no point performing an autopsy if you do. We'll have compromised the coroner's case. What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot?
The boots would go well with my pants. It's advanced enemy technology and we should research. There might be clues inside the boot. They're expensive. I could pawn them. I'm sorry, I didn't want to take them off. What do we think, guys? Oh, the boots would go super well with my bell-bottom pants.
You do understand the boots are steeped in cadaverine odor, don't you?
So are my pants.
You have a point there, detective. You have a point. But
The lieutenant taps on the boot.
there's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots. They are fused to his feet now. Why do you think the locals haven't scavenged them yet?
Interfacing. You're sure there's a way to peel them off. But first, the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around. How do we feel about accepting a task to steal the boots from the dead guy? We want to. Sounds like a plan. The anticipation makes you crack your fingers. Feels nice. Nice and cracky. What's going to happen to the boots, then?
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fights. Should we continue?
Yeah, this is one of those things where I think I'm pretty much always going to steal the boots, because, like, I don't think it's that interesting to not steal them. They just go away, right? It's like, yes, there's two choices, but one of the choices is boring and the other one isn't. Back off and look at the corpse.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Inspect the belt.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch.
Electrochemistry. Oh my, there's something on that belt. A familiar word that speaks to the thirst within you. What was that?
Vermilion, in yellow letters, along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep longing for vermilion golden spirits lets you decipher the fading logo of the local brewery.
This is a bad time for a drink, right?
Extremely.
What kind of rope is this?
Industrial strength. The kind used for tying cargo to lorries.
I can't come up with anything other than a harbor.
Yes, it looks like they use whatever was on hand, paying no attention to not incriminating themselves.
We're assuming dock workers from the harbor did it.
I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You?
No. You feel like it was something else. But what? I feel like it was something else.
Yes, it often is. This bell worries me.
They sure wanted him to stay there. The polyester seems strong.
It's not merely polyester. It's steel reinforced. See these lines? This is where the wires run. I see rabbits for more than 20 strands.
Rabbits?
This makes getting him down much more problematic than I had assumed.
How did they even get him up there?
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
He points to the buckle tying the belt to the branch above. Did they climb up using the kid's ladder?
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
He makes a pulling motion.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos.
Inspect the tattoos.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart.
His corpse is marked by stars. What will mine be marked by? Alcohol and heartbreak. Your fist clenches suddenly. It will be riddled with disco!
Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already, most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened. Now, it disintegrates slowly, letting out a stink.
Is that a map of the night sky?
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates and you feel as though you were only half right. I'm missing something here.
So am I.
A sudden ringing fills the ear as the lieutenant pulls down the zipper of his orange jacket.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
What's that?
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
He produces two metal-capped ampoules and clicks them into place on the side of the apparatus. A thin slot shines there.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
He points the camera at the corpse, peering into it. The lens needs adjusting. Then...
A sound. A shrill flash. breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it.
The lieutenant says, and shakes the paper, letting it dry in the cold wind. On it, a color-perfect copy of the dead man's tattooed chest. Cool machine.
Yes. It is pretty cool, isn't it?
What do we need this photo for?
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around.
Can I have it? I should look at it later, without the corpse smell.
Sure. Just don't lose it.
He hands you the piece of rolled-up photo paper. It's no larger than a pack of cigarettes.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms.
Look him in the eye.
His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
Are backseating and spoilers allowed in here? Chat here? Well, we don't really want to spoil it because there are people here who have not seen the rest of the game. So spoilers are definitely out. Backseating depends. Normally I'd say no, but in this game I don't think I care because it's all just a question of, like, preference, isn't it? I don't like backseating when it's, you know, makes me feel like I'm playing the game wrong because of efficiency and things, but in a game like this, it's all arguable and debatable to the point where I'm like, yeah? The question of whether backseating annoys me or not is whether, should I happen to not want to do the thing that's being suggested, do I feel like I'm going to be judged for that? In a game like this, I don't think I'd be judged for saying, yeah, nah, mate, so I'm probably more cool with it. Spoilers, yeah, we'll out of consideration to the others, we won't. Inland Empire, 72% chance. Tell me, who are you, dead man? The corpse is dead silent. You have no idea why you just said that.
Who is he? He is male, 4250, with an athletic build.
The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its stench, eyes like a shark.
Sometimes you don't succeed. Squint, take a step back.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink.
Observe.
Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
I'm squinting, Kim. Why am I doing that?
How should I know why you are squinting, officer?
His face and hands are pink. Thighs, too. The rest is greenish.
Oh. You are trying to assess lividity.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
Damn it, they killed a pregnant guy.
So, what do you think?
Bastards. Half-Light. I think he's dead. And about to explode. I think he's dead.
I agree. Totally dead.
Totally.
Absolutely. I agree. Totally dead.
This Buster's not coming back.
No siree. I agree. Totally dead.
Deadity dead dead dead.
Dabba-doob-doob dead.
He says without a hint of melody. Not one muscle in his face moves.
I agree. Totally dead.
What is dead, anyway?
He's...
Cover your nose. Something is coming out of him.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet.
Oh, good.
Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
We got lucky.
Did we? I don't feel lucky.
Should we worry? His stomach looks like it's going to explode.
There's a strong buildup of gases, yes. Rigor mortis becoming livor mortis. He'll be fully limp by tomorrow. I don't think he'll explode. I hope not.
Don't know what to think. What do you think?
I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands and feet, and his neck.
He points to the fattened chin.
The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head.
Oh.
The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what I think.
Could it still be he was moved after death?
There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
He's beaten up. See the bruises?
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
Back off and catch your
But
breath.
there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
So how do we get him down?
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the
mean,
cargo
yeah.
belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
This is still doable when he's down, so I'm happy.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge.
We leveled
I
up.
brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
This is curious. We could use our level up to increase our inland empire so we can try that check again. But there's so many other things to level up too. Don't have any other thoughts yet.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it.
Physical instrument. There's no question. There's only cutting. How hard could it be? Does that work, binary run? I'm not sure. Can't someone else do it?
Someone else? You mean like the police?
Yes, exactly. Call the police.
Someone already did. You know who came? We did. Because we have made bad life decisions. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
I can cut that belt easily. Where are those chain cutters you mentioned?
I don't doubt your physical prowess, officer. But that's aircraft-strength material, and we do not have a secure platform to perform the procedure on. The risk of acrobatic failure is one we cannot take. We must not become comedy for the locals.
Why not? I like being comedy for the locals.
The fuck have you got against comedy pigs?
We could saw the branch.
Climb up there and saw the branch?
Yeah. It seems dangerous.
There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Seems like a lot of hassle. Let's not do it.
We are not getting him down already. Not getting him down is a task that's already accomplished. Sadly, it's not our job to keep him up there, but to get him down.
Just pull his rotten head off. The meat's cooked anyway. Give the boot another yank and it's done. Let's just pull his head off.
It's tempting, but decapitating him will make it impossible to ascertain whether he was really hung. The damage to the neck would make coronary work pointless.
Maybe we can ask for help from the harbour?
I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appear to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
Confirmed. It's unsafe. Yeah, wait, let's reconsider.
But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Maybe we could shoot him down.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
The enthusiasm is unrestrained.
How?
The lieutenant remains unaffected. I don't know, just, shoot up there maybe? Point toward the branch. Or shoot the belt. The bullet will break it.
It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work. It will maybe cut one thread loose.
Yeah, now we're talking. entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss. The pigs will miss Kuno.
Take the shot, Lieutenant. What's the worst thing that could happen?
I'll blow his head off.
Take it. Take the shot.
That is a bad thing. You're right, Kim.
Yeah, take the shot. Kuno wants some of that shit.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Do we encourage him or do we say nothing? What does chat think? Easy does it, partner.
He's gonna fucking miss.
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
Physical instrument. Oh my God! That was so many types of wrong. Who taught Four Eyes to shoot? Whip up a grueling training regiment for him right now. Beat the man into him. Go, go, go!
Fucking idiot. Mookaba asshole.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
What the hell is wrong with you, Sally? You need to square your shoulders! Yep.
I think you have your sports mixed up there, officer. Squaring my shoulders has nothing to do with this.
Bitches fighting.
It's okay, man.
Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano Clad.
Oh, it's Beano! I've been waiting for someone in Disco Elysium to speak that word for so long, because I always thought it was Binoclad. Binoclad.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
Try again, maybe?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised.
He looks around at the windows overlooking the yard.
Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that.
What now?
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
Take his gun. Show him how to use it. Kuno suddenly became Australian. I could try. Shoot him down.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks here. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't hit the victim.
This seems like a mistake. I'm gonna need your gun for this.
They only have one gun.
Inland Empire. Oops.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Officer, why do we only have one gun?
Remember when I told you I didn't have my badge? My uniform? I didn't have my gun either. I think someone has stolen my gun from me. Say nothing. Not a lot of votes because I didn't really announce it, but don't have my gun either.
That is even more unfortunate than the badge. You need to contact your station about it as soon as possible. Try not to lose this one, please.
Take the gun.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana poika. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
Feel the weight first.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the air. The trigger feels delicate and ready to break under your finger. Point the gun at the belt.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Say, shut up.
Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
Close your left eye first.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the noon light as the corpse slowly rotates.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
You can point the gun at her, and you can actually shoot her, but it's an instant non-standard game over if you do. I tried that once, and it's dark. I don't really want to do it, so I won't. Should we back out of this, or should we try the 8% chance? Alright, I'm gonna do a vote here. Any votes for 1, 3, or 4 don't count. Even though 4 hasn't been clicked, don't vote for that because I'm not picking it. This is between 2 and 5 as to whether you want me to try this or not. And I will do the winner. Everybody's playing safe now. Look at that. No, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Terrible idea. No, 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 no. Chickens.
I agree. Enough gunslinging for today.
But what about the body?
We need to access the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have the tools, and they have men.
Actually, there's only 2 situations in which hand-eye coordination comes in handy, and if I'm correct, and I do the right things, I won't need it the second time. This is the first time, and there is another option which we'll now do. Why didn't we just begin with that?
I did not want us to be indebted to Everard Clare. I wanted us to be able to deal with it ourselves. That is clearly not the case. We need help.
You need to suck my dick! Why the fuck am I still alive?
Literally, what? What is that entire sentence? I disagree, South Robin. Trust me. What's wrong with being indebted to Everard Clare?
He's a dangerous and corrupt man, and we cannot predict what he will want from us in return.
Okay. I'm not going to spoil anything, South Robin, but... Oh, the empathy check on Kuno's available again. We can look at the photo of the tattoos, but we won't do that just yet. There's something in there. And there's also this.
Yes?
So we still got get the body down, victim's tattoos, get the boots, where's the armor? Reality lowdown. We do have our level up. I could update the hand-eye coordination, that's true. I could have done it before that, that's the thing, we could have added 2 with the temporary boost if Twitch chat had given it to me, and also this, but it's still a fine enough thing to choose the other method. But yeah, you don't spend your skill points until you need them, personally. Usually wait until you fail a check and then you spend it to unlock a check. So we've got this. I don't think we can get it open yet. This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says whirling in rags. There's something in there. Not necessarily connected to the case, but still. Why am I looking at you, trash container? You're just a trash container. The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death? Lieutenant, what do you think could be in there?
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence, too.
Seems like a reasonable assumption.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get the lock open?
We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or...
Did someone say pry bar? Fuck yeah, pry bar! Pry bar, your palms yearn its cold touch, to grasp it once more as you've done so many times. Or, Lieutenant?
Or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
Ask the manager? Bullshit! Go straight for the pry bar. Pry this baby wide open. Well, I, for one, am going to listen to the angry man inside my brain. Speaking of the angry man inside my brain, are these guys still... Yes, they are. Oh, we got some stuff here. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza. The damage looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake. Lots of folks, lots of people. This coin-operated viewer has been banged up, inoperable. On the cover stands a very muscular man surrounded by flames. This is a bookstore, so these are all books. This book has a rose, a pistol, and a half-naked dame on its cover. This is a book about pate. This book, you don't really understand what it's about, nor does it seem important. A book about boyadero culture. It promotes freedom and roaming upstream. Crime, romance, and biographies of famous people is the bookstore's name. A book about the future. The government reads your mind using radio technology. To Capeside Apartments and Martinez Pier. To Roundabout North. The ad reads, broken window? Tibbs has windows. Mortaire. Mortaire. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Let's not spend any money right now. Not just yet. This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. Poor little viewer. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic. Vandalism. Shake your head.
Probably some kids.
Look inside. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side with N and C scribbled backwards. Shift your focus to the background. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appears. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Take me to church, I'll worship like a dog at the shrine of your lies. I'll tell you my sins so you can sharpen your knife. Offer me that deathless death, and good God, let me give you my life. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain has almost washed them off. An ancient fountain. It doesn't pump water anymore. There's a tree in it. This bench is for if you want to pass time. It's the way time works in this game, if you didn't know. It doesn't pass statically. You're not on a time limit, but dialogue advances it. Every dialogue that you have will slowly tick time down so that it's not an actual clock that you have to care about, but it's a mechanical progression. The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone if you need to pass time. You can only really do that at night. Let's talk to these two. Because the first time I played this game, I didn't talk to these guys on day one and their position changes, so I want to have this scene.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
This man is eating a big sandwich. Look! Look! In his hand! Going into his mouth! The sandwich! It's hauntingly beautiful!
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
Physical instrument. These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never. Question or no question? That's the question. I love seeing it swing. Alright, I got this. Oh, no, 50-50. Oh, God. All right, I got this. Ball time. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. Better observe them first.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
The man throws a metal ball towards a smaller wooden ball in the sand, missing it by a meter.
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is unbearable. I can't even say if it's in my back or hip anymore. Feels like it's in both.
He tries to measure the throw.
I hope you pass out from it. You goddamn jellyfish. Men like you are the reason this nation is sinking.
Standing tall and proud, he looks at his partner with disgust. Shush! Ignore them! They don't know what they're doing. They're old! You're letting yourself down. And the team. Get in the damn game already! Wait, what team? Does it matter what team? Pick a team, any team, the blue team. You're letting them down! Get in the game and throw the goddamn ball! Why are you so mean to me? Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky! I have lost the boost that I had before. Shit. Hand-eye coordination. Grab the ball! Show them how it's done! Whoop whoo! You're immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. Electrochemistry. God, this is right! You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time has frozen! Feel the ball. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready! Take in the surroundings. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind. Everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball. Shivers. West, in the Grand Couronne Arena, a sharp overhand left from Arsène Luc Edelbrock sends the Samaran heavyweight champion Kostya Miasnok Kostunica flying to the mat. Crowd goes wild. Revachol loves her heroes. There is a time for a last glance inward. Who am I? Who am I? An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency. Behold the fear and confusion reflecting in the eyes of the two feeble geezers. They are in awe of your superiority. You are a god to them. Some would say you're still a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now. The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let go. Be the bullet.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
The old soldier yells in outrage.
What the hell is your problem?
Not a weak right triceps, that's for sure. I'm a god of track and field. Why would I have a problem with anything? What do you want, guys? God of track and field.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
A man his age getting worked up like that? Better watch that blood pressure. Don't be a sore loser. It's still a fair game between you two. Second place is a podium position.
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull.
P-tank?
Yes, pétanque. You ruined our pétanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
I agree.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull.
Okay, I'll try to fix this.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyard of the Whirling in Rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with cops.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
Consistency is key, sir. So again, you don't know anything?
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I am an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
This is a man with a lot of past but little present, and almost no future. You seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Was it made by a sea monster rising from the depths?
No. It was left by heavy artillery fire.
Oh. Heavy artillery fire, you say? That's the best kind of artillery fire. Very interesting. Okay, it's a crater left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Wait, who are the communards again?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
We passed it, High Priest, so we're not Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
He adds, squeezing a bull in his fist.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
Why shell them here in Martinez?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Deathblow. Sounds grim.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Hold on, the coalition?
Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
So to summarize what he's saying, used to be that there was a king here, the suzerain. The commies did their revolution, took down the king. And the foreign armies and nations were like, oh shit, a revolution, that's bad. If a revolution catches on and goes really well, it can spread and fuck us up too. Let's send in our great big powerful guns and stuff to go and murderize everything in that area, and then we take over. So the king's dead, the communists that picked a fight with him are dead, and Revachol is now ruled and governed by people who don't live there or care about it. This guy is with the king, which technically makes him a fascist, because the king was a dictator with a capital Dick, but... Ah, That explains all the war damage.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
There is a strange gleam in his eyes. He approves of this radical approach, knows it was necessary.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Which is the wonderful irony of it all. Martinez is the area that they're refusing to fix up. It's the slum, it's the shithouse. It still looks awful after all that time. As sort of a message to the communists. And yet, who rules here? The Socialist Union.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still all influence.
The Socialist Union aren't the same communists, but similar ideals.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard working class to take over. That's the commie line, I think. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess and now they rule us. That'll be the fascist line. This coalition seems quite capable, actually. That's the moralist line, which is the centrist status quo. You support the coalition because the coalition are already here. And then there's commies just don't understand how money works. You can figure yourself out which ideology that espouses. We are going to take the communist answers.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them.
Won't make me him
After
happy
8
now.
years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mountains.
Jesus Christ, mate.
I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
Who was Frizzle?
Damn Frisel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
You mentioned Guillaume?
A true king in both blood and mind, led Revachol before Frisel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
So a strong, respected, powerful dictator saw which way the wind was blowing and left, leaving an incompetent in his place to get executed. Ha! What exactly is a suzerain?
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Composure, legendary. What is it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud? 3% success chance. We've got a negative modifier because we threw his ball in the sea. Let's give it a go anyway because it's a white check. What a surprise, we failed. All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past in his old uniform. This is not uncommon. We needed a 14 and we rolled a 3!
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frisel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frisel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There is something you missed, but you'll get to it, don't worry. As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. Where is it coming from? From a distant sunset? A stage light? Flash photography? Nowhere in particular? It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit. Actually, now that I hear superstar and law official in a sentence, they sound weird together. No. Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop. Dick Mullins, Salam Rocky Bye, badass, on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights. Wait, what's that about a ludicrous fantasy world? Yeah, you know, beneath it is just heartbreak, a pulmonary tract infection, atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvented as the world's first celebrity police officer. Fuck it. Action! With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it, in an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on. We get our second thought, some kind of superstar. It takes us an hour to think through, and in that hour we will have a -2 to our logic because it still seems unlikely. First, let's make this absolutely clear, says this thought. No one is saying you're an actual superstar in the groupies and cocaine, riddled with hepatitis C, strikes a lion-esque pose with a mic kind of way. You're not Guillaume Le Million or Davy Dewis. No. You're a metaphorical superstar. You bring that rock and roll authenticity and passion to a line of work where people don't expect or want to see it. Where, some would say, it doesn't belong. Law enforcement. Thank you for the follow. Mai Tai? Might I say? So we need to find a similar looking metal sphere for these guys.
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
Let's talk to the other guy, though.
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
He takes a bite out of his sandwich.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat ass of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
Honey, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
Looks delicious. Can I have a bite of that?
I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food. Nothing personal, it's just a principle.
The only one you have.
Suddenly you realize how hungry you are. The last time you ate must have been God knows when. Here's a vote. Please, man, can I just have a bite? Don't be a dick, Gaston. There's plenty for everyone. Okay, I'm not that hungry anyway. Not too many takers in that one. I don't know. I kind of want to push him. I don't want to say this one, though. That's douchey. But please, man, just a bite?
Believe me, officer. I wish I could help you, but I need this sandwich to keep my blood sugar stable.
He's
In my
squirming.
age, you need to pay attention to these things.
Avoiding your gaze. You can barely hear him. The sweet smell of pickles in harmony with garlic butter and marinated onions emanating from the sandwich is driving your mind in a singular direction. It must be yours. You're not hearing me, man. I need the sandwich.
Fuck off! It's mine!
He jerks away, immediately startled by his own reaction.
Sorry, officer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way. But the sandwich is mine. I'm not gonna share it.
Fuck off! It's mine! I'm sorry. I just mean to say that it belongs to me.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he gets claws? We are a special kind of vermin, Gaston.
Legendary rhetoric, 3% chance. Convince Gaston to relinquish his sandwich. No one eats like Gaston. No one sits like Gaston. It's a white check. Always try the white checks. Even if they're silly, like trying to take a man's sandwich. A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Time to get political. I'm not so sure about this. Too late. Daddy's already fighting the bad fight. Make it stick. This city's going to shit. Sooner or later some foreign anarchist is going to steal your sandwich. That's a fact. Your blood sandwich is a tool of the oppressors designed to keep the proletariat docile. These options seem awfully fascist or communist. What if I don't want to say them? Say one of these fascist or communist things, or fuck off. Whoa, easy there, Goldmouth. He doesn't have to say anything. Re-engage cop mode and bail out if you like. Nah, blood sandwich! Tool of the oppressors!
What? What oppressors?
I am not going to listen to this scummy gunnery.
He utters through clenched teeth and turns his back to you.
Huh?
The jolly man is scratching his head in bewilderment. He doesn't understand the situation. Let me ask you, comrade. Did you make the sandwich yourself?
Yes, officer.
Oh. Still, the overabundance this sandwich embodies is inherently evil.
I really don't understand how my sandwich could.
Wouldn't you rather have a proper sandwich? A sandwich with a soul?
I would rather just have this one, officer. It's really good.
But imagine a sandwich covered entirely in fine metal dust from an industrial plant.
That sounds horrible. You really don't know your way around the kitchen, officer. Food and politics don't mix.
Tell me, what do you know about the dead man?
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really.
Really? You know absolutely nothing?
No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Respects?
The old carabiner can't believe what he's hearing. Sounds a bit like you're holding back.
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard.
Evrard's the boss! How do you know him?
Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
You're telling me that Evrard Clare has been in a gymnasium? Gymnasium. I love that word.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient. Are you a Union member?
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me.
In many ways?
Oh, yes.
So you're not an actual member?
Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
His eyes fix on the boules in the crater.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Weservein. Turns to where the wind blows and tries to look important. I hate this socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
Fuck the commies, but fuck the centrists more. Yeah, I think because we're doing a communist run, we're gonna... As horrible as Evrard is, we're probably gonna side with him. What are the little things you do for Evrard?
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say.
What kind of things do you write for him?
Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Evrard and I have these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Thanks, that's all for now.
No, thank you. for being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time. Sure, officer.
Alright, that's it. Hey, psst. Look around. Hey, psst, you! Who, me? Yes, you. Word on the street is, you're ready to start building communism again. Again? Yes, you're ready to start building communism again! You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet, but neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too? Love has really worked out for me. I'm a love winner. Good. We need tender men like you building gargantuan communism. Word on the street is it's going to be 10,000 times larger than any communism previously attempted by human beings. Is that right? How come there's word on the street? Ah, you keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff. I've said some mildly left-wing things, but none of those. Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence, don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that will devour and masticate mankind. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder, or do we get right down to it? Let's get down to business to build up the commies. Wait, first, what's this communism even about? Failure. It's about failure. I don't do failure. Of course you do. You are failure. You are communism. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped, shat on! While everyone else is out partying, having a callous laugh, you will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive, 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class, towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers, million-headed armies of nations, and the love of your own mother. You, against the atom, the charm, and the spin, where the whole world failed, matter failed to bend to human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces, you alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the last working class. You are the last communist. Now get to work, comrade. Roll up your sleeves. Start building communism. Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready! Wait, what? Firing squad? You didn't say anything about... Ah, too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs. Roll up your sleeves further and breathe in the pristine air. Thought gained. Mazovian socio-economics. People think communism was some crazy idea that had its comeuppance 40 years ago, a fever that shook the world, never to return again. They were right. Until he woke up today, a spiritual corpse responsive only to the call of Commodore Red, prostitutes, and Krasmazov. For him, communism is still a thing. He will single-handedly raise the commune of O2 from the oceanic trench where it has been resting, covered in ghosts and seaweed. He is the big communism builder! Come, witness his attempt to rebuild communism in the year 51. Now, Krasmazov is this alternate universe's version, I suppose, of Karl Marx, maybe? He's the name that you throw around with it, basically. 'Cause the thing about Disco Elysium, I think the term used was like fantasy modern. It's sort of a modern setting. There's, you know, guns and technology, but the technology is different. The world is different. The nations are different. The popular figures are different. Everything is different. It has nothing in common with Earth except for some general aesthetics. Yeah, the people who think Disco Elysium is unapologetically left-wing is hilarious. Like, just play this game as far left. Disco Elysium pokes the holes in whatever you choose. And yeah, the writers hate fascists. That's plain. You get a lot more holes poked into you if you play that way. But that's because there's a lot more holes to poke. But it doesn't matter which way you go. They will examine it properly. Conservatives are immune to satire, yeah. So, to unlock more thoughts, we're going to need to spend skill points, which I hate. I really hate this. They really shouldn't make us spend a skill point on unlocking these 9 slots. I wish I could fucking hack that out of the game, because I'd rather spend the skill points on the skills. But, hey. We're a commie now. Enormous bulls worthy of a real man. Yeah, but they're too big. Yeah, but then the thing that the XP is supposed to make happen well is like... The EXP makes the skill checks easier. Hardcore mode makes the skill checks harder. Wait. Here. Stop. Between those trucks down there. Smokes. Go get them! Nice. Smokes. Smokes are interesting, along with... Drugs are interesting in this game. There are 4 types. Smokes, alcohol, and then there's a speed, and then there's a made-up drug called pyrrolidon. And what each one does is it takes a major stat and it gives you a temporary +1 boost to it. So smokes will up your intellect by 1. The other thing it does is it increases your learning cap, which you can then use to sneak an extra skill point in, which stays. But it also damages your health, which is, of course, temporary. We're going to skip past this dude. We don't need to talk to him just yet. Though, we will talk to this man. Now would be the time for Vlees to show up. Vlees tells me that whenever he's ever seen anyone stream Disco Elysium, that he's always walked in on this conversation. Jump Jams, a popular musique mag. Welcome to Revachol. A glossy magazine, most able-bodied men. This issue hosts a top 10 list. Oh no, they're much hunkier than you. You shouldn't feel threatened by handsome men, don't be silly. What's worse between communism and fascism? They're bad in different ways. Nothing wrong with communism, it's just how you interpret it and how you apply it, says Omid. Yeah, look, this is a deep and difficult question that causes a lot of anger. The problem with communism is not the ideals, it is the people. The problem with capitalism is also the people. Although one could say that there are problems with capitalist ideals as well. But the people are definitely a problem. The people are the problem in most things. Yes, Flex, yes. But to someone to say, communism's never worked, I'm like, yeah, neither has capitalism, it's just that you're not the ones who... You're not one who has been punched down by it, or you are and you're deluded. Oh, for God's sakes, please! I just talked about you. Frit! Let's talk to this man. But yeah, I'm not, you know, politically wizened, really. I do definitely lean pretty left. I don't know about the full communism, but socialism seems nice. I don't like extremes of anything, but I do have a lot of problems with capitalism, a lot of problems with fascism.
Welcome to Revachol,
announces the rotund man. The remark isn't addressed to you, it's addressed to the lieutenant. And here we have the world's greatest video game non-name character label. Meet Racist Lorry Driver. Guess what his defining character trait is? Am I economically left or socially left? Well, economically right means I think capitalism is a good idea, and I don't. So. I've always been socially left, but I've grown more economically left in recent years. Hey, I know Revachol. That's where we are. But no, let's be more direct. Why are you addressing my partner like that?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
I love playing dumb in this game because it's usually very funny, but let's not do that this time. You tell him.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Limbo? What's going on here?
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCN. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense.
Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine. Fucking A, Kim, I've got your back. Give the lieutenant a punch on the shoulder, which is a bit too overzealous, but we're still going to do it.
You two make a cute couple. You know that.
The lorry man spits.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that that's settled, we have a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
He waits impassively, cigarette smouldering between his fingers. What was that argument all about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races.
He spits on the ground.
Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat. Oh, so you're just a racist. It makes sense.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books. Huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it.
I'm not just racist, I'm a scientific racist! I'm a researching racist! Though, that said, a tiny part of me likes the fact that he's willing to say, yeah, I'm racist. Like, it's not... He didn't say, I'm not racist. He said, I'm not just racist. He's still scum, but on the field of, like, you know... If his scumometer is 999.999, the 1000 scumometer would be the guy who weasels out. I've read books. I'm not just racist, I've read books. I've read books on racism. I am a philosophical racist. I am a literate racist. He's a wanker.
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
That sounds like a bit of bias talking. Physical instrument. If this guy's all the Occidentals have, well, let's just say he's not exactly ripped. Occidentals is Disco Elysium's word for white people. I think it's meant to be a rip on Oriental, which is a word they don't use in this game at all, but they do say Occidentals. Yes, I can really tell you're a prime example of superior design.
Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe? Huh? When members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority, they stop competing for resources.
Yeah, Sam, that's why I said what I said. It's, you know, they're using the opposite instead of the one that gets used over here, or at least it was. And pretty sure it is a very out-of-date term now. Yeah? What's the problem with that, then?
The problem? The damn kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other introduced species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
What is cultural victory, you troll with a fucking mouth?
It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any motetos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win. They say so themselves.
Uh-huh.
It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
So, consider this and reject it. Yeah, I'm not down with this. Why don't you go fuck yourself? We could do this as a chat guess, but for one, I'd press 2 anyway, and for 2, we'd probably just end up hunting down the 1 votes and banning them. Sam, on second thought, you think you'd rather deal with a racist that tried to weasel out rather than a racist that tries to justify why they're right. Yeah, look, it's not fun to listen to, hey. I was gonna hit this button, and I thought, you know what, no, because, like, at least one of you will hit this as a joke, and it will just be awkward. So, no. Go fuck yourself.
Don't push your luck, runt.
The man gives you a disgusted look and then turns his attention elsewhere, ignoring your presence.
Looking for something, Runt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
How long's this been going on?
The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
What kind of cargo are you supposed to pick up?
Apples.
Apples?
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested. Shit. Right, we'll go into the frit. Guanbush been lucky enough to avoid the open racists, have you? Yellow roses, dozens of them. Tulips, too. A melancholy pop song plays on the radio. Interestingly enough, if you tell the lorry driver that you're down with racism, and I don't know this because I've tried it. I know this because I watched Timey try it. Kim pulls you aside after the conversation, and he asks you if you were telling the lorry driver what he wanted to hear in order to get a conversation out of him. And you have the option to say yes. Obviously, I'm not actually down with racism, but, you know, we talk to people in their language in order to get the information we need as cops, right? And then he's like, okay, sure, but, you know, that was concerning. Or you can double down, in which case your relationship with Kim is permanently damaged. The game allows you to be a horrible person, but if you choose it, the game will give you an accurate representation of what the people around you who aren't horrible will feel, which is quite good, mostly in the form of Kim. 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Let's insert our bottles, and we get, hey, an entire real. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle, and you are a richer man now. Am I a hobo cop yet? No. No, we need 16 more minutes.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
She returns to her magazine. What's that magazine she's reading? Before we go on, what is this Frit?
I don't know. Frit?
What is Frit?
A 7 to 11 grocery store.
Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
What magazine are you reading?
You mean this?
Probably Lucienne. She looks at the cover, boasting a colourful photo of 2 girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
I approve of this very futuristic tap on the girls kissing.
She pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half-smile.
Let's proceed. I have some questions. I wanted to see what the reaction was to that. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
She puts down the magazine. Can you tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Do you know the man who died?
Not really.
Not really? Does that mean you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
How long has it been there?
I don't know, really long.
What did you think happened?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay.
Thanks for your help.
Uh-huh.
Can you tell me anything about this reality we're in?
Reality? You mean, what reality? Economic reality, or...?
No, I meant the physical reality.
I don't know. What about it?
Where are we?
We're in Frit?
No, I mean, where are we on a larger scale?
As mankind, or as a nation, or...
Like, where in the world?
We're in Revachol, like, on the Insulindian Isola.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What time is it?
I don't know. Look at the clock. It's right behind you on the wall.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still. It's apparent the clock doesn't work. What's the revolution?
When ordinary people take over the government and, demands democracy.
What about the one we had here in Revachol?
Yeah, it happened like 50 years ago or so. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. At history, I mean.
The coalition, what's that? Someone told me there is one.
Our government? Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish this article.
Oh, I won't bother you with this nonsense anymore.
Cool.
We get EXP for talking to people. There's lots of things that you can look around at here, which you can buy. A colourful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles lines the shop wall, inviting you closer. Shimmering wall of vices. There, in that dark green glass, a world of ruby, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth. Wine alcohol, beer alcohol, love alcohol. This is not a good place for a recovering addict.
Guess not, no.
She looks at the wall of goods behind her and then adjusts her hat. Good thing you're an unrecovering alcoholic, then.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that.
There's shit wine, very expensive vodka, shit beer, and smokes. Tell me more about these products.
The pale aged vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong.
What is pale?
You know.
She shrugs, uninterested in explaining it further. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. Let's concentrate on what's important here. Okay, what will consuming this stuff do to my body?
I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
She stares at you, unsure. Tutorial agent takes over. Do you sell any under-the-counter vices?
No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
Oh, sure.
Hobocop. Technically, you wouldn't be a cop anymore, but a hobo. That would mean game over for the cop chapter of your adventures. But who knows where the hobo part takes you? To the bar? the old L'Assommoir, to the pier or the sewers, to Le Royaume, where for 300 years they interred the dead. You could plunder royalist crypts for long-forgotten triple malt bourbon, then fight the Arden-Macan beast that lurks the bottommost sepulchres. The secrets of the city are all yours at last.
I'd just like to reiterate that I really, 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 really dislike this narrator. I'm sorry, the more I listen to him, the less I want to hear him ever again. He sounds like text-to-speech. Is he? I feel bad. But there's just something so static and robot in the delivery. It's not how this game's voice reads. There are other situations where that voice would be fine, but you can't unhear the narrator from Animal Farm? Is it the same one? I can't remember. Is it the same voice? Maybe it is. Sounds like they're trying to make a horror game. It's just really slow and static and like, yeah, it seems almost like they tried to save money on the amount of lines he had to read by catching sound bites of him saying to and where and just putting them in. But that's ridiculous. So our learning cap for Shivers has gone up, and now we can find more tear bottles on the map, and we get more money from selling it, which means I should have sold it after I got this. That's a shame, but oh well. I didn't know. You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Frit slogan on the back. What's that? Point to the raincoat.
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Increases your endurance, but it's money that I can't afford to spend and don't have anyway. St. Baptiste Pharmaceutics. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the St. Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
Right, so we've seen Nosafed and Magnesium. Hypnogamma and Duramine are 3 charges of health increase. And you can use them one by one, because you click on the button here. I could use my 1 health charge to fill myself up, but I don't feel the need to. What you want to do, really, is take all the damage you can take, because it doesn't really have enough... No, it does! Because it lowers your stat, actually. It's like if I... each time I take a piece of health damage, my endurance actually goes down for checks, but... it doesn't matter that much. But, like, if I was at 1, and I took the last piece of damage, I could spend one of these to prevent dying, like, right at the last second, so... You don't want to use it and then get a heal that then becomes irrelevant. What do these products do?
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is...
She stops.
I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Can you be a little more specific?
No, sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Okay. The tutorial agent will step in. Who is St. Baptiste?
St. Baptiste. You know, the pharmaceuticals company.
Oh, douchebags then.
St. Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of St. Baptiste. That one. There.
And I believe that's the lot here? Yes, it is. Alright, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to fill my water because I need it, and pee because I've been drinking. So I'll be back. We've still got an hour and 20 minutes of this stream, though. I return. So, I wanted to push to here just so that I could come back whenever I have more of the tear to make some money. Let me get my camera back. But I'm not completely sure which direction I want to go in now. I could keep going to the right. It's also fun to talk to racist lorry driver just to, you know, tell him to fuck off. Because we can start a new tradition now, which I'm quite happy about. First of all, let's look at this. Half-light. Damn, that felt good. Your heart's pounding nicely. You should tell people to fuck off more often. Kim, I think I should tell people to fuck off more often. It felt really good.
Not as a general rule, but that one was justified. Better to get the lay of the land before telling people to fuck off.
Fuck yeah, motherfuckers! That's the spirit. See, I healed! I healed health! Telling people to fuck off made me healthier. Never forget, the whole world's a wooden house, and you are a goddamn flamethrower. Oh, there's muddy. So this is the tradition. Whenever we walk past the racist...
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Fuck off, racist. Well, we have unlocked the kitchen and the whirling in rags, so we should take a look at that. But let's try and think about it logically in terms of which direction we would go. We do need to open the trash... Oh yeah, we need to... What we should do is go to Kim's car, because we can get tools there and those are useful throughout the game. We do need to go to the harbour to get the body down. We need to ask people about tattoos, we need to get boots off of the victim's feet. We do need to talk to Kuno again. We need to get money, that's a thing. We should report our badge missing, I guess. And we could smoke. I don't know how much XP we get for smoking. I don't really need my intellect to be increased right now, so... But I have a lot of health. Screw it. For the sake of the quest completion, let's have a cigarette indoors. There it is. A brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls standing in salute, ready to step into the fire for you, sir. Pull one out of the pack. You picked the best one! This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up! Re-become yourself.
Oh yes, Bratan! Please light up! You need a trooper between your lips right now! Calm your shit down! Become a genius!
The necktie is shaking around your neck excitedly. I don't want to light it right now. People are watching. People are watching? What a pussy! People are always watching! That's what makes it cool! Now come on! Gavarok Industries does not approve of smoking. In fact, I think it's awful and you shouldn't do it. However... Light it up! Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. A primal satisfaction. Here we go. What are the repercussions if I do this? Repercussions? There's a high risk of glory, with a mild chance of cool genius. Smoking makes you into an intellectual, everybody knows that. It will help you concentrate a bit, that much is true. Let's question. 2 and 3 are the key ones. Do we smoke or do we not smoke? Cast your votes for my cop's soul. Wow, guys, that really helps. Well, smoking was voted for first. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself. The man you were in your youth, Johnny Thundercop, is back. And he's chill as balls. We got a level up out of it. Yay. Thinking I want more visual calculus just so I can unlock some of the things that I know are out there but I haven't been able to see. But my visual calculus is going to be fucked for another 2 hours, so not yet. But what we should really do is keep the skill points out around for unlocking more thoughts, because once we get them we're going to want to use them, right? So we'll keep the skill points for now. Anything we can ask you
Hello
about?
again.
No. There's a guy here now. This is a strange guy. It's all about money, you know. You got to spend money to make money. Money is what really matters. They say money can't buy you happiness, but that just means you don't have enough money. You have to invest your money wisely. You can buy stocks with money, and then use those stocks to make even more money. That way you'll have enough when you grow too old to make new money. Real estate is the graveyard where tired old money goes to rest. Money is what literally makes the world turn. The laws of money are just like the laws of nature. Unpaid labor doesn't net you any money. There's no such thing as free money. Money is all about numbers. Money is actually all about trust. It's all about money, you know. You gotta spend money to make money. Money is what really matters. They say money can't buy you happiness, but that just means you don't have enough money. You have to invest your money wisely. You can buy stocks with money, and then use those stocks to make even more money. That way you'll have enough when you grow too old to make new money. Real estate is the graveyard where tired old money goes to rest. Money is what literally makes the world turn. The laws of money are just like the laws of nature. Unpaid labor doesn't net you any money. There is no such thing as free money. Money is all about numbers. Money is actually all about trust. It's all about money, you know. You gotta spend money. I'll stop. Electrochemistry. That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Pretty long. It's drink o'clock. Attaboy! It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway worried there, not thinking about drinking all that time. It was like you weren't yourself! Actually, should I be thinking about this? The smokes are one thing, but it looks like drinking hasn't turned out too well for me. Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking! Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade into yourself, boy! Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter. I'm not licking a stain. What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink, then. Oh, wow. It gives it to me without asking. Find booze and drink it. It would go well with the cigarettes. I mean, now that it's a quest, I have to do it. Alright. The Union booth is still locked. There's money in there. Can I grab it? I can! Yay! I don't know how that worked. Maybe it's in the kitchen. Or else we just reached through a wall. The dishes are drying. They smell of chemicals and pine trees. Ooh, that's an entire riol. Not much else here, just a dude and a door. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. Try to push. The door does not budge. I wonder where this door leads.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Yeah, you're right. It's perfect. Hey, Juan. See if we can get 2 more quotes either tonight or next week, and that way we'll be primed for it next Saturday. I am drawn to its cobalt blue.
It is quite pretty. I suppose we could look into it as a side investigation.
Yeah, a mini side investigation.
Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
You mean the bartender?
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek.
It must be his name. Gorensi Kubek. Sounds representative. Ah, Gorensi, I have some questions to ask.
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
Do you know what's behind that door?
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself.
Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. You got some impressive pots here.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove. Don't think I need anything else. Stay masculine. What a weird thing to say to someone. Like, even for him.
Can I help you?
Is that trash container out back yours?
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
God, you're just permanently pissed off, this guy.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Mine? No!
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs within you. I wonder what this feeling is. Prod at him and find out. Doesn't it seem callous to you, guarding even your leftovers from the poor?
Callous? What are you, Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
And this is a real thing too, isn't it? Restaurants that will, like, destroy their leftover food because God for fucking bid the people in need got a meal. Kras Mazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 11-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism. Yum yum, tell me more. He killed himself. Okay, don't tell me more. Maybe I am Kras Mazov.
What are we talking about? Was this not about the trash container?
No, wait. What if I am Kras Mazov?
We should return to the case of your mistaken identity at a later time, officer. This was about the trash container.
What if I told you I am a hobo? Or soon to be one, rummaging through that trash? Will you keep me out too?
Yes.
Good call, so would I. Teach a man to fish. No. But I need those leftovers to survive!
Sir, I'm sorry the RCM is having financial trouble, but it's not this establishment's problem.
We need those keys.
What for? Mazov? Are you planning to nationalize my trash container?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
I need a drink. Can you pour me one?
Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this a shaker?
No, there's nothing there.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this?
He shakes the imaginary shaker furiously.
Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why?
Because you're not a bartender?
That's right. I'm the cafeteria manager. I'm glad we cleared that. Is there anything else?
You know, for not a bartender, you do spend an awful lot of fucking time standing behind the bar, mate. What about when someone else asks you, who are they asking for booze, huh? If you're filling in for Sylvie, and you're standing at the bar, and you are giving drinks to the people who haven't pissed you off, if the shoe fits, fuckface, what you want is a goddamn drink! How is that so hard to understand? Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff. I am an alcohol-operated detective. I'm like Bender. If you want me to clean up the dead body and solve the case, then you need to insert alcohol into my mouth.
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour you a nice, big, refreshing marinella. Do you want that out of a glass or a pineapple?
Pineapple.
Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella. I have work to do and broken things to fix. If that was all, I'd like to return to it.
God, I saw another thing at the whirling.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
There's a mysterious blue steel door in the back of the kitchen.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Well, do you know what's behind it? Do you have...
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just the frit warehouse, probably.
Sounds like you've been wondering about it for 10 years, Gart.
Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He runs his finger across the counter to check for dirt. He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing. I think you'd like to know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
I remember... I can't remember if it was a family friend or if it was someone in the family, but I remember when I was a kid, and we were at a party or something. We were at someone's house, but they were renting it. And the owner of that house had a locked room. They had a locked room from the house. It was just a door that was locked, and you couldn't go in there. And we asked, well, what's the deal with that? And they said, oh, that's that belongs to the owner. They said, you know, it's locked. It's always going to be locked. Don't go in it. Don't go near it. Don't do anything. And I remember saying, doesn't that drive you mad? Like, did you ask him what was in it? And they said, no, it's just his storage space. Right, but he didn't tell you what he had in his storage space. Now, it's probably not corpses because the smell would come through, but I would not be able to live under that condition. Like, I simply could not. I would have to say, sorry, I can't stay here. Because, like, I would end up getting in there. And then I would be in trouble. Does anybody else agree? Am I the only one who couldn't live in a house with a tantalizingly locked door that you just aren't allowed to know what's beyond? I was bad enough spending one night in that place.
Yes?
Some kind of superstar.
Woo! Alright, narrator, lay it on me as boringly as
They
normal.
say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
Yeah, but he suited Animal Farm because he had less to say and it was all in a tone that suited his voice. Like that, what we just had there. Tell me honestly, I'm gonna read this and tell me honestly if you think I did it better than him. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one. Wait, you thought that was me? No, that's not me. I can't do that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, like he just boringly just reads it out. And that's okay. It's not bad. It's just improperly applied. He shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't have gotten this dude for this text. It doesn't work. And I'm playing on a version, like, there are 3 voiceover settings, and I'll be honest, if I didn't have this one that I'm using, I probably wouldn't play this. Because there's full, which is every line. Classic, which is how the game used to be, and then there's the one I'm using, psychological, in which they remove the narration from the skills. Be bloody glad. The reason why we're not hearing the narrator much is because of that setting. I wish it would go further. Because, yeah, I feel bad because, like, the guy's not doing a... It's not his fault. He's a fine narrator in a different situation, which is so badly misapplied to Disco Elysium. Right, so, it's afternoon. I did say we'll look at the cop car. Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. Took me a while to figure out what that meant, because it's been... If you look at this very early in the game, you'll know. This is... Kim's arrival is what woke the main character up. That's how the game started. There was a horrible loud noise, and that's what made us wake up from our drunken stupor. It's that car. Open the door. I can't say open the door without delivering it in the tone of Petunia Dursley from the beginning of one of the Harry Potters. I think the second one, maybe the third. Harry! Open the door! In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. Kim, what are we looking at? What is this machine?
This is the Caprice Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like.
He nods at the cabin. Motor carriage, motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat. What is this sinking feeling I have with the words motor carriage? Nothing, nothing, it's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging. Can we turn it on? Drive somewhere.
No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember?
This must be what woke me up when you arrived in Martinez, the infernal noise.
Yes, sorry about that. The Caprice Kinema does have a rather distinctive engine sound.
He says it with very badly concealed pride. Do all policemen in the RCM have such cool motor carriages?
The Caprice motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
Look around again. In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on the hook, pull-out toolbox, soft glow of a fuel preheater gauge. Tap on the fuel preheater gauge. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It is in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch, labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Flex, thank you for that follow. For the record, I am going to be streaming this Saturday nights. This is my variety game, basically. I'm normally a Final Fantasy XIV streamer, but I think that's fine for this game. It's a slow plodding thing. I don't think I'd want to play it every night because of the amount of voice and talking that I have to do with it, even though there's a lot less than there used to be. So we're going to play this once a week, and it's going to be 6 solid hours of burying into the story each time. Translation. We're not going anywhere right now. Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC. Run your fingers over one of the steering levers. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. Pull out the pull-out toolbox. Must have fun writing that line. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools, but what can you do? Work is work. Take the pry bar. Feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Cold and heavy, like truth. You feel like you've reunited with truth once more. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. Take the chain cutters. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. Take the hand-cranked flashlight. It's robust, weatherproof, well-made. Police issue. Blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook. So let's equip the pry bar and walk around with it. Walking around with the pry bar and the chain cutters and the flashlight can sometimes help you notice locked containers. They're useful. We always have to equip the tear bag as well, because that's what helps us see the bottles on the ground. No new ones just yet. So, there's a lot to go through with the radio, so we might be here for a bit. The frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labelled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens. Radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Lieutenant? I guess that's the French way to say lieutenant. Lieutenant.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Hi, Alice. This is the officer from the 41st Precinct speaking. Nice to meet you. No. Come in, Delta 10. This is Firewalker. Copy.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
You could swear she was friendlier with the lieutenant. Start with Sylvie. She may have reported a murder.
Of course. What is her number, officer?
Change of plans. Her number. Change of plans, Alice. Connect me to you. Let's let chat decide. Line 3 doesn't count, but do we just move on to Sylvie's number, or do we awkwardly hit on Alice? Leave it in your hands. Make me proud. This is not making me proud. I am so unproud right now, guys. Literally no one! The only people who didn't vote for hitting on the dispatch lady are the ones who wanted me to just leave.
What do you mean, officer? I'm not Sylvie.
Oh, did you hear that? How she said, officer? She's a wild one. What's it, Breton? Get that party going.
Wait, what? Wild one? That doesn't sound right. Come on, wake up! The way she said she's not Sylvie, practically begging you to make a move. Just go for it!
Yeah, Breton! Otherwise, you're always gonna be wondering what could have been. Just ask her!
I feel deprived of human contact. Or, do you like to party, Alice? Go on, have your vote. I like the third one, to be honest. I think that's funny. In a sad way. Yep. Deprived of human contact.
Who doesn't? Now, how can I help you in your investigation?
Excellent, excellent.
Kim, Gart gave you Sylvie's number, right?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Zeratar, do you know this game? Start slapping a marching rhythm on your thighs.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
A female voice greets you through static. It sounds like she's a million miles from here. Sylvie, I believe we've met before. This is me, a detective from the Whirling in Rags.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
There's no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it. I'm going to give a light spoiler here and say that electrochemistry is wrong. Okay, so this is it's a story-based RPG in which you are a man who has woken up from a drunken stupor and forgotten everything about his entire life, and then he learns that he is a detective in the middle of a murder investigation, and there is a hanged corpse outside in the backyard of the place where he is staying. Also, our psyche has been fractured into 24 distinct concepts which represent our skills. And so we put points into those skills, and the more points you have in a skill, the more often it will chime in with little narrative asides that sometimes unlock dialogue options, or even whole quests, or skill checks to help you interact with the world. And so you build your character based on what he's good at and what he's bad at. So I am a physical beast with a fairly average brain and absolutely no dexterity. So I hear a lot from my red voices, which are my physical voices, such as my electrochemistry, which is a representative of my inner drug addict. Was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
But why didn't you call? Didn't a corpse behind your workplace bother you?
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse.
What does the Union have to do with anything?
No one calls the police. The Union would get angry.
What do you mean by that?
You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Wait, Kim, is she speaking the truth? The Union's the law around here?
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the Dock Workers Union.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation. Looks like there's a limit to my authority, then.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, why exactly did you let a corpse hang in your own backyard for weeks instead of calling us?
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways. What others?
The other people who live around here. Local people. I didn't want trouble.
Okay, I understand.
You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the Union, internally. Please, I just didn't want any trouble.
Don't worry about it.
You do? Oh. What else can I do for you?
Do you know who made the call?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Okay, next question.
Yeah, go on.
Have you seen my gun?
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective.
I showed you my gun? When did that happen?
You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and...
She stops hesitantly, not sure if she should continue. Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really want to know? And what? What did I do?
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Oh, that was quite a drunken bender, wasn't it? People tried to back away from you or even slip out of the door, but you screamed, "I am the goddamned law, and you have to listen to me! You are all suspects in a murder investigation!" Okay, I don't know what to say.
Me neither.
Why would I threaten to kill myself? I mean, look at this world! I would love to stay.
There is silence on the other end of the line.
Yes, but what happened to my gun?
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, big butts cannot lie, and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask.
So you quit your job? Why?
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Wait, why aren't you comfortable discussing it with me?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
Oh, get away from who?
You know whom.
Alright, won't push you on this. Are you ever coming back to work?
Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
We can perhaps use our deductive reasoning skills to figure out, based on the topic about the gun, who it was that was so horrendously horrible that made her quit her job and run away. So the real question is, does chat want me to ask her out? 4 and 5 are the operative ones to vote on. Ignore 1, 2, and 3. Because it won't count. Personally, I think we should just end the call. Apparently, nobody agrees. It's too horrible to not choose. Oh, Sepha. Hey, do you want to grab a cup of coffee with me sometime?
No, absolutely not.
Damaged morale! Yeah. Yeah, there's Twitch integration for this game, which is quite fun, Zeratar, because you can click the buttons on the overlay to look at my skills and read about them. You can also look at my quest list and read about the quests that I have to do without me having to look them up and show you. So it's really quite interesting. It's quite clever. It lets you do the sort of check-up things that you can always do when you're playing a game, but you can't do when you're watching someone. I think I got everything I need. Thanks.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
She's ready to hang up. Wait, why is she angry with you? Empathy test, 42%. Damaged because we asked her out. Roll them dice. Nope, she doesn't have a problem with you. Must be someone else. She's angry about some other guy like Gart. Yeah, it's definitely some other guy. A guy like Gart. You know... Oh no. I don't want to read those words. Can you blame me for not wanting to read those words? You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out lest she turns into a spinster. Oh, Jesus Christ, these words! 3. I'm happy to help, but maybe I could do so without all of this internalized misogyny. What misogyny? I'm just telling things the way they are. Can't a man be honest in his own head anymore? You have to act, Lieutenant Love. You have to calm that hysteric down. Tell it you've got everything under Wait. Oh, Jesus, that's so bad! No! God! Fuck off! This is awful! I didn't realize... that I blame you, chat. Think you can do that, Lieutenant Love. Are you still there, kiddo? Listen, I've got everything under control. Please no, I don't want to say any of those things. Refuse the love quest, although it's wonderful. I am going to use a streamer veto here to say that I no longer wish to explore this in any capacity. Especially on stream. So, yeah. You can go do that quest in your own terms if you want. You're just a gimp. What, you want to be more empathetic? God, empathy's turned to shit, yeah. Nothing's wrong, it's just sexuality.
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer?
Please connect me to Sylvia. No. I was told I need to connect to my station, the 41st Lazarus.
It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
I was told to call the Lazarus. People are worried about me.
Oh, it's you.
I couldn't reach up and grab a tie from a spinning fan without unbearable pain shooting through my arm.
Hard to tell exactly what it was over the phone. Could be a combination of peripheral neuralgia and high blood pressure. Could be that you were having a heart attack. Or, actually, it could be both, given your profile.
Wait, both? That sounds bad.
Yep.
I still feel pretty good, though. I can probably take a lot of damage.
Yes, positive thinking is a well-known cure-all. My suggestion is to exercise a lot.
So what do I do?
Cut down on the drinking, pal. In fact, cut off the drinking. The drugs, too. Anything else?
Oh, but speed. Sweet speed. It goes so well with alcohol, too. I think I've developed extreme photosensitivity.
That's because you're hungover. Even the radio waves coming from your direction smell like liquor. Do you feel like your eyes are twitching too?
This sounds like Sailor having a chat with Timey. No, my eyes aren't twitching.
Good. It would be an awful nuisance if your experiments with your blood pressure were to cause permanent damage to your vision. A nuisance to you, that is.
Let's call myself Firewalker.
Firewalker? Oh, yes.
Would you
yes,
like to firewalk with
Just
me?
Don't breeze in the general direction of your fire feet. Actually, wait. Do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery. Take a deep, diaphragmatic breath in and...
I don't think health professionals are supposed to, even as a joke, make a suggestion like that to a patient. I feel like you're making fun of me.
I'm the most serious person at the station, Detective. Now, do you have any current, pressing medical problems?
I think I've had a heart attack.
And you survived it. Congratulations. Are you mobile?
Sort of. But by God, does it burn in your chest.
Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life.
I've lost my memory, all of it.
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised.
You're not surprised? Okay. Anything else?
What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care. Isn't there anything you can do for me?
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body?
Yes, I want the truth.
You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime.
So it's political. You're being neglected because of political reasons. The money is probably going to some old, oily...
And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate. It looks like Mectursin.
It's not fucking cryoactylate. It's super glue, Doc.
Guess that's it for now.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get 30 experience for that.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Yeah, let's go to my precinct.
Just a second, officer.
She puts you on hold, the static crackling softly like a bonfire. After a while, you hear an old man greet you from the radio. His rattly voice is oddly familiar. Wait, was that rattly voice or ratty voice? Rattly.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas, the radio switchboard. You need to unlock it by talking to Kim. There's a certain dialogue tree in which you maintain that you have a medical problem, and then Kim will say, well, talk to your station's doctor. And then you can. Hi, this is me here. I work at your station.
10-4, what's your status? Over.
It's not good.
10-18, 10-20, over.
Please just talk human to me. These numbers mean nothing.
State your message, sir. Over.
I need to report my badge missing.
But you said... never mind.
Oh yeah, I lied to Kim.
10-9, repeat message. Over.
My badge, I can't find it anywhere. Basically, it's gone.
10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 1022 the captain. Over.
1022 the captain? This sounds bad. Bad and scary. Like being called to the headmaster's office in school.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
Hey, who is this?
This is Communication Officer Jules Pidieux, sir. Over.
No, the other one.
You mean your partner? Over.
My what?
What is he saying?
He's asking who you are.
I'm his goddamn partner.
It's your partner, Satellite Officer Dietmar, sir. Over.
Did he lose his memory along with his fucking badge?
The man in the background sounds like he's losing his patience.
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
He says, fighting off laughter, even though the voice actor didn't really sell that. Dick Mullen is not your name. It is the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself! Immediately! They're laughing at you! Ha ha! Officer has lost his badge. Ha ha! Like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh goddamn it! Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Dietmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Yes, I can hear him.
Mullen dicked us.
Come on, operator, tell him to stop. This is serious.
He's asking you to stop, says this is serious.
Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge.
Satellite Officer Dietmar concurs, losing your badge is serious. Over.
Can't we just move on? I want to get it reported and be done with it.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Didn't you glue your eyes shut earlier? And now you're making fun of me?
Lost a badge.
The man is laughing too hard to form coherent sentences. The only words you can make out are lost and badge. Could you all please just stop saying lost his badge for a moment?
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Orson was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
Jesus! You don't have a comeback, sorry. It's hard to think like this.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it.
You can hear laughter in the background. From me. Enough with this now. I have other things to discuss.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
The animated conversation in the back is making it difficult for him to hear you.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
No, don't ask me that.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Half-Life. Oh, fuck. 28% chance. Convince them that you didn't lose your gun. Roll it. Ha! Lying over the phone, it's easy. Just say it like it's the truth, and then it becomes it. No, of course I didn't lose my gun.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has to relay that kind of news to the captain.
I'm almost sad that I succeeded at that.
Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it, and fast. We can't have some gangbanger running around with it.
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance.
Do we tell him that we've lost it? Do we tell him that we've lost it? Alright. We'll do a vote. Press 1 if you want to press this. Press anything else if you don't. Good start. Fuck off. I don't know if that means one person voted or like 10 people did and they all clicked 1. All the 2s and 3s aren't using the overlay, they're just typing in chat. If you use the overlay, then I can see it. Try again. Can I try again? Try again. Try again. You should be able to access the poll on the overlay. Nobody votes anything except one. Well, you've had your chance. Listen, I've actually lost my gun too.
10-4, I know I already wrote it in a report, but it will stay on my desk for a few days. Over.
Oh, so he figured it out then. My lie wasn't good enough. I am in dire need of financial assistance.
10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Right, that's a negative on the additional funds, over.
It is paramount to the investigation that you grant me more money.
He says it's important to the case.
He isn't getting a red cent. You can tell him that.
Request denied, sir. Over.
Nothing is working! Please, I'm begging you here. I don't even have a place to sleep tonight.
He says he's in trouble. Doesn't have a place to sleep.
Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then.
It's already 4 in the afternoon, dickhead.
Vicmar said...
I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go home. Please come and get me.
He said... It's okay. You can do it, sir. Over.
What is he saying?
Did you want anything else, sir? Many of your colleagues are also here. Over.
No, I'm alright. I'm alright. I had other things.
Let us address them now, sir. Over.
This might sound odd, but there's personal details I'd like to discuss.
Okay, 10-4, sir. I hear you. Relay your question. Over.
Wait! Before you say anything stupid, think it through. What's there to think about? You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you lost your memory. Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
Hold on. Are you alone in the room? I need some confidential information about myself.
That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12 here. Over.
I wanted to know if you got my badge's description right in your report. Could you read it to me? Name, rank, date of birth?
What? What is it? He's still on the line?
He wants to verify the information on his badge.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over.
Please refer to me with my full name in the future.
10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
Say my name.
Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner. Over.
Please just say my name, Jules.
What? What is it? What can he possibly still want from us?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Any news about my family?
10. Excuse me, sir. Over.
You probably don't want to continue on this road. I just thought you might have heard of them, that's all.
No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning your home life, so I've always assumed things weren't that good on that front. Over.
Have I ever told you about my life before the RCM?
10-4, well, that's,
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our work?
He asked if he ever told me about his days before joining the RCN.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to stop wasting time and be a goddamn policeman for a change.
Sir, Satellite Officer Vicmar says...
I heard him.
So, was there anything else?
Yeah, let's wrap this up.
Understood, sir. Over.
That's all for now.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Boom! And that is everything from the cop car. Whew! We now have to track down our gun and our badge, and we can no longer ask our station for additional funds. We're 3/4 of the way towards communism. And we have $3.50. We could go back to where the body is. We could open up the trash can. We could talk to Kuno more. There's a reason I don't want to do that, though, and it's because I'd rather do a bit more exploring and start to get a bit more
Hello
money.
again, officer.
How are things?
Just letting the gardener know I've investigated the body. Should be getting it down soon.
Oh, okay. Thanks for keeping me in the know, sir.
Well, I mean, I just talked to you for the 5 XP. What happens if you don't make enough money to pay for your room during the first day? You get bailed out, but I will attempt to avoid that. The lorries probably stored fuel here. Now they store booze. We'll just do the exploring. I won't talk to any of the people down here. A foreign car kept in good condition. You could lock yourself into a game-breaking bug by not being able to spend the night. I know that you can get a game over if you sleep in the dumpster. I don't think it hurts your relationship with Kim that badly. Doesn't help it, but... there's a white tank top, which I'll wear instead of the satin shirt because it doesn't debuff me. It just ups my physical instrument, which is already pretty beastly, but I'm going to need some physical instruments soon for reasons. Ruins full of snow. No one lives here anymore. I won't look at that yet because that could get us locked into some long dialogue. Bold slogan, Human Ox covers the truck. Grad Factory of Magnets and Miracles. Fucking magnets, how do they work? A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old one. Look in the window. The windows are clear, they've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia. What kind of stickers and insignia? The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. What about the back seat? The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays, several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
He nods towards the racist lorry driver. You think this lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
He was acting tough before. This probably scared him a bit. Who knows when it will come in handy? A slightly scared racist lorry man. I like how one of the strikers is on top of his lorry, by the way. Anyway, we can't talk to most of the strikers, but we can talk to big bloke in the middle. And I think this dude has had his voice actor changed too. But for the better.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
Yeah, it's a different guy. The man yells towards the harbour gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot, and oddly screechy for a man his size. What's going on here?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
The broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than anybody else here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Why should I?
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
Okay, then I'm thinking no.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work! Right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
Oh yeah, these aren't the these aren't the strikers. These are the strike breakers. These are the scabs. They wanna get in there and do the union's job for them. What kind of a cause are we talking about?
Rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
I don't think I've chosen any sides yet.
Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the...
Right to work! Right to work!
Regardless, I have some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
He points his finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scott.
That guy still has his same voice. The loitering man hollers in return. I want to get into the harbour too.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. You trying to meet their fat boss?
He sounds a bit thinner and snivelier than the big, booming, large man. I'm interviewing people about a murder that took place here, behind the hostel cafeteria there.
I know nothing about a murder.
His reply is snappy and terse. Absolutely nothing?
Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive.
Right to work!
It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
This really isn't my area of expertise.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity.
Let us work!
Have fun.
Back into this one.
Right to work!
It's
We are not
pity.
Yeah. What is a strike?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
He shifts uncomfortably in his worker's overalls. What do the strikers want?
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. This man is in shape. How come you're built like a brick shithouse, but the other scabs are so scrawny?
I work hard, and I would work even harder if the fuckers would let us work!
Who are all these strike breakers?
Honest men and women, with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
The man runs a hand through his steadily graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
Why was he so close to the microphone in that line? Holy shit, I felt like that guy was in my soul.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
Because he's giant.
You think they follow because I'm big and loud?
Yes.
No, they follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from. Before that, what's your goal here?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you are unable to breach the entrance?
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Wait, head measurer?
Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him.
How bad could one guy be? You seem capable.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke, and my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters.
Why don't you just talk to them?
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
The man rubs his jaw, a perfect, lightly bearded square wedge. Okay, I gotta ask, where exactly are you from?
What's it to you?
Deep-set suspicion drips from every syllable. Curiosity, gotta figure out this strike mess. Nah, routine, part of the investigation.
Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
A monstrous shadow, high above the fire traps of the domain. The 881 motorway running over this district of Jamrock. Concrete pillars rise up from the midst of the dilapidated wooden houses. On the horizon, barely visible, the hazy machinery of the harbour. Shudder and breathe on your hands. Life in the domain is even worse off than in Martinez. The cold air is stiff from the fumes of motor carriages and lorries roaring overhead. Below, broken down, battered people mill on the dusty streets with no purpose. Yet amongst them, there is no sight of this man. Nowhere. You're not from the domain.
Yeah? What makes you say that?
No one there knows you.
They know me. That's bullshit.
He turns his attention back to the harbor gates. Saw a crack there.
Scab?
Asks a man with jolly eyes, tilting his head. Now this guy is with the Union. What did he just call you? Oh no, not this again. You just got away from that fucking kid. Did you just call me a...
No, I said scab.
Oh. What's a scab?
A kind of a worm. Content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
Where do they all come from?
Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
You don't seem to like them much.
Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who?
He looks at the mass, squinting his eyes as if trying to ascertain what they're scared of.
Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something.
Have you tried talking to them?
We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
Well, I don't want to say this, because I'm not capitalist. Right to work bullshit. I'm not a scab, I'm a cop. which isn't better.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, "Let us cop for less money."
He chuckles, then realizes.
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife?
I'm looking for assistance with a dead body situation.
Body still hanging in the tree? Hey, that's a rough pickle. Can't help you with that, sorry. I'm not really an admirer of dead bodies. Might be someone else from the Union can render assistance.
What's the matter with this whip? Is he obstructing justice? Does this mean you can let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
That's simple. I just walk in.
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Past Measurehead?
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist there.
Oh.
Walk right past him.
Right.
Then press the button to unlock the door.
Uh-huh.
Then go past him again.
Okay.
And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
Yeah, for some reason it doesn't seem like it's going to be that easy.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible.
Oh?
For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation.
Oh, fucking could I?
Or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Has anyone here ever bested him in a physical confrontation?
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Oh. Nothing a couple of solid hooks from Dexter and Sinister won't fix. Have any of the scabs tried converting to his worldview?
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
Oh yeah, Measurehead's real name is Jean-Luc. Well, got it. Another
Sure.
thing. I'm investigating a murder.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
Oh, it's actually very fun and easy.
I don't believe you. Post L'Aventurier said the same thing. They tried to get me to be their postman. So fun, so easy, they said. It's just walking.
He shakes his head at the memory.
It wasn't. I'm doing much better here at the harbor. Being an honest union man with a lot of free time on his hands.
He doesn't have the stamina to deliver mail on these tough streets, but you do. Maybe if this cop thing doesn't work out. I'm a bit short on money right now. Can you give me some of it?
Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
He flips a coin towards you. 28% chance. Try to catch it! The coin narrowly slips by your outstretched fingers and falls to the ground.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk do, passing around cargo and such. Was not meant as provocation or ridicule.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi picks up the coin and hands it to you.
Appreciate it.
Right, always glad to help out the RCM. We're on the same branch, you and I. Humans, not slithering scabs.
Right. What's the strike about, anyway?
You know, Serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organisation. Alright, nice talk. Gotta get moving. Now we got 10 minutes left. 10 minutes sounds good to familiarise ourselves with Measurehead. A notice. In case of a strike, press button behind guard. A hermetically sealed door, locked by electronic means. There's no lockpicking or door kicking this one. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. We can't go reach that. There's a fella in the way.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Nice to meet you too!
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
The young woman at the giant's side agrees. Your body does not betray your degeneracy. That's a lie. You're in great shape. Say nothing. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger, because you are not a threat to me.
Puff out your chest. Still say nothing.
What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
He looks down at you, taking a stock of your physique. Things are not as bad as they look. Sure, you have high blood pressure from metabolizing heroic quantities of ethanol, but you are robustly built. You will survive. Ooh! The voice didn't play. Hang on, I can do it. I can see you were once an athlete, then deteriorated in your 20s. It is typical of your haplogroup. Let's blame the failed education system and leniency towards degenerates in your homeland. Ow.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
Ah, fuck me, that hurt to say. I hate his voice. I mean, I like it. I just don't. I can't. Oh, my throat. That made my eyes water. Getting that tone. I am going to feel that tomorrow. That was one fucking line. My body is unimportant. I'm with the police, and we need to get into the harbour.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al-Ghul.
His face contorts in disgust as if he was smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
We hope to do that today, Flex. You're right, I'm an alcoholic, and I need that dead body to no longer be in the tree.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the Ham Sandwich race is waning.
I am the police and I need you to comply, now.
Jerking motions. Signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disorder.
Christ.
How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Quakers. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbour. This man is not budging. Let's hope his superiors inside are more cooperative. Come on, I just need you to move about 20 centimeters back.
It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the arm.
It was your people who put that dead body up there. Your people should help me get it down.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war.
Fuck, buddy!
Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skull.
The odes to homosexuality you call art. This is your chance. He's talking. Rip into him with a punch and catch him off guard. No, don't rip into anyone. You're sensitive, remember? Communicate. Suggestion? We got a fucking debuff to the punch because of suggestion? Fuck you. You serve the Union, don't you? Aren't they white?
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
He turns his eyes towards the harbour, seemingly bored with you. Yeah, but you still serve them. How does that factor into your life?
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means.
Ah.
He has the will to confront polycultural capital. Something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
Communism is pretty cool.
Idiotic communism is the single greatest contributor to your race descent. Everywhere around you, the fruits of its failure to challenge the world order. Individualism, rock and roll music, sexually transmitted diseases, above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic communism from? Degenerate youth culture? Rock and roll music?
It's true, I am a rock and roll star and a rebel.
Rock and roll is moribund. Only Koikos listen to it anymore. There is no life left in it. My people abandoned it long ago. It leads only to neurodegenerative herpes and heroin overdoses. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminese race.
Okay, I'll ask. Who were the Seminese, other than sounding a bit like seamen?
The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
So you were born and raised on the islands before you moved to Revachol?
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulembuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminese women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale.
So you did not come from the islands?
No. I have heard about it on the radio.
So you're not really Seminese, you're just from Revachol?
I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just in Revachol.
Huh?
The city is central to the Simonese strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will dominate the world. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with, and never getting that dead body down from the tree.
Kim, what do you think about this?
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one.
How do you know there will be a next racist?
There always is.
Race is reality.
He nods approvingly. What are those tattoos of yours supposed to mean?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
He gestures towards the lorry man down the street.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
True, that is a noble cranium, but you've got a hard noggin yourself. You sure I'm not craniometrically superior to you?
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability.
Jesus, you're full of shit.
From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. This is not craniometry, just an observation.
What else?
It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al-Hul. From what remain of your features, I can see fleshy lips, baldness of the head.
I have a lot of hair, though.
Long arms relative to lower limbs. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer.
Oh, yeah.
You are a common criminal. An offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur-la-Clé and Vesper. And possibly even the degenerate sheep herders of Ubi.
Interesting. So one of my ancestors was Sir Leclerc and the other Vesper?
Your racial heritage is uninteresting.
Oh, good.
It is the same as all Rivasholians. Your parents and their parents made the decision to reproduce while under the influence of Al-Hul. That is the only reason you are here.
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk. It's too scary when people are sober. Well, we have a better chance of decking him than we do of reasoning with him. Tell you what, do you guys want to make it easier? We can do the meditation thing where you can, like, temporarily increase my physical instrument. Or, if you're douchebags, you can make it worse. But yeah, if you use the overlay, you can increase... I mean, it's a white check, South Robin, so we don't need to save. You can increase my abilities here, or make them worse. It really depends on what you guys want. But we are going to try and deck him. I don't know that it changed there. Seems to still be 58%. I don't know how that works, but... we're more than half likely to manage it. Let's knock him out. Yes! Just like that, instinct took over. A solid strike straight into his throat, into the cartilage. You could swear you felt the soft palate break.
The man is reeling, gasping for air. Time stands still around you. In the distance, the sounds of the harbor are falling silent.
He's open. Rip into him. Right hook. Escalate it. Get intimate with him. Bring the hurt closer. Rip into him with a right hook, or back up and perform a 360-degree flying spin kick. What do you think, guys? Spin kick!
Lands with a dull thump, like a broken down puppet of muscles and sinew. For a moment, he still tries to keep his head up, dazed eyes looking at you with unimaginable surprise. To your left is the button.
Would welcome to Revachol here be an ironic echo, or would that... Because he is not on the same side as the white racist, right? So that's... Like, I'd love to throw this at a white racist, because that's their line, but I think this is a bad choice because Measurehead is a different, like, racist group. So it might actually sound like racist versus racist, which is not good. So... Disco Inferno!
As you slam your fist on the button, the man collapses entirely, his head rolling to the side.
I'm sure as fuck not going to apologize to him.
Looks like you're the new Measurehead now.
Thank you.
No one is
Wait,
the
no,
new Measurehead.
that's terrible.
Let's go before he gets up.
The lieutenant makes haste towards the door. And to cap us off,
Socio-economics.
we are now a communist.
0.000% of communism has been built. Evil, child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin. All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He is starting to suspect Krasmazov fucked him over, personally, with his socio-economic theory. It has, however, made him into a very smart boy with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world.
So, being a communist gives us XP boosts. Every left-wing dialogue option will give us 4 EXP, which is a 25th of your way to your next level. But we also take permanent debuffs in Visual Calc and Authority. Much like Superstar, we take a permanent debuff in Logic. So, really, we've had a bad run of actual bonuses to our thoughts. The main thing we've done is lower 3 stats, but that's fine. Is that Cthulhu with a souped-up sledgehammer? Potentially, yeah. The thoughts have incredible... Every single thought has an incredible artistic piece, which is why it's a shame that we can only ever do 12 of them, and there's, like, enough here to have, like, I think 6 or 7 playthroughs and never repeat one. It's probably not that many, but a good... at least 4. We have 3 skill points ready to spend now, which is why I didn't have to save, because if I had failed, I would have spent a physical instruments level up point and then come back in and tried him again. We're actually going to leave it here, though. We're going to leave it here, and we're going to get into the harbour at the start of next week. Now, there's an important thing to remember. My DST just hit, like literally. It hit while I was streaming. So from now on, all of my streams are starting an hour later, which I'm going to stick with. I'm still going to start at 11 PM my time weekdays and 10 PM my time weekends. So I'm not changing, but I technically am because DST shifts it. So for all of you that aren't Aussie, I'll be starting later. Pretty much from next stream. We will not... I did save, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I will not be playing this tomorrow. I'll be playing Final Fantasy XIV. But we will be playing Disco Elysium every Saturday from now on. Probably for a good 2 or 3 months until we get to the end of it. Because it is a pretty long game. And I'm finding that it's taking longer to go through everything with the full voice acting because the voice actors talk slower than me. So... I'm still very happy to be getting back into this. I'm really loving seeing all those lines get voiced. Mostly. Some disappointments, like Kuno and the narrator, but, yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm glad you agree, One. It's just such a bad choice. Anyway. So, yeah. Back for more 14 tomorrow. And... Measurehead also talked very slowly. Sarzan and Magat, thanks for those follows. Please check back in with me every Saturday for 6 hours of Disco Elysium. Just don't be surprised when all of my other streams are not Disco Elysium. Till next time, I'll catch you guys. Fare thee well.